also in terms of different trucks are there and their specifications are there, and choose and then decide the traction also, whether it is the electric traction or whether it is a diesel traction. Suppose I have taken 5,000 ton, I have to move from Delhi to, I took this study from Ludhiana to Mumbai. From Ludhiana to Mumbai, I am going to move 5,000 ton through trucks or through train. Electric traction,
Innovation Cell, Vedanta Aluminium Business. And please put your hand together for our moderator for this particular session, Dr. Shibu John, Managing Editor and Founder, 3D Graphy News.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be a part of this August gathering and also key respondents from 3D technology. 3D Graphy has been consciously looking at democratizing 3D technology in the country. We have our own platform and how 3D technology can do a great value for different sectors across industries is something which we will also probably want to discuss on a platform like this. And I'm fortunate enough to have this line of speakers who are experts in 3D technology. And today when I see the prospect of being a part of Businessworld initiative, the BW Disrupt, this is exactly very tuned in terms of what we do as a technology which is disrupting the market. So today we'll also talk about how 3D technology is at a time when it's in due course going to be a game changer for the technology. So may I now like to ask the first question from somebody who is already the end user using the technology, Mr. Bibu Mohanty. Mr. Bibu is also from Vedanta, a key responder using the technology and 3D printing in a way in terms of being efficient for the organization in a way. So your take on this in terms of decentralization of this technology and how it is actually benefiting the course.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Bibhudatta Mohanty. I'm the head of innovation for aluminium sector of Vedanta Aluminium. As we all must be knowing, Vedanta is the highest producer of aluminium in the world. We have got the world's biggest smelter outside China at a single location of around 1.8 million ton capacity of aluminium production and 3600 megawatt power generation. Coming to the topic of 3D printing or additive manufacturing, what I can say, this has, as Vedanta has taken up this technological intervention at a time when the world was closed, like initiation of the COVID time. So it is such a technology, unless and until we go use it and deep dive into it, we cannot know about the prospects, how a metal and mining sector or a heavy industry is getting something out of 3D printing. It's normally we think that 3D printing is a designer's baby and a designing company or anybody who makes prototypes. Yes, we have taken up this technology as a technological intervention at a time when the world was closed. It has given us many advantages, like what can you say, supply chain challenges was there. We are not getting many spares, many equipments were down because of those shutdown issues. So at that time, this especially I will take the name of the Markforged printer, the carbon fiber one, has helped us a lot because this material can be easily changed with a metal part also. So we have many such business cases, or you can say success stories, wherein a single intervention has helped us to get the equipment up, which was scheduled to be up after 30 days or 40 days when we get the spares imported from, say, Europe or American countries, or in fact Chinese countries also, which was totally closed down. So this technology has really helped us, and we are in the verge of means what you say, our innovation centers are there, wherein these printers and scanners are placed, and every day new ideas are coming up, new challenges are coming up. People have even started developing things, internal parts with this technology. So I'll say that there are many prospects in, not in industry like us, but in every area. And the line behind it, unless and until we use it, we cannot know the advantages of it. Thank you.
So one more question to you, actually, as a manufacturer of these high-end, as somebody who is actually offering solutions in terms of also manufacturing on the kind of quantums that you actually do. Uh, uh, there are times of downtime. So how do you see that 3D printing can address this particular area of challenge?
Sorry, I could not get it. Could you please repeat?
Downtime in terms of the manufacturing
Okay,
units.
equipment
Equipments.
downtime. Yeah. See, we have got, we all know that normally the technology or the engineering solutions we get from German countries, Europe's, other parts of Europe, America, or in fact, China also. Ours is a plant which is mostly a Chinese technology. Most of the equipments are OEM are Chinese countries. So when the spare this equipment goes down, yes, we maintain a lot of inventory, lot of spares. But see, the maintenance person also I can tell, because I had a prior experience of heading the maintenance cell of the smelter. So there are many internal parts, small things which cannot be procured at the right time, and the machine could be up. If you just take one success story, I want to share with you people over here. We have the XRD machines. They are for the metal purity testing. So when this XRF machine was down, it was almost like I cannot predict the purity of the metal, and each electrolytic cell has a different purity, and we produce based on the purity. What type of it is, a P1020 or a P0608? What are the different export grade primary aluminum products we export out? But the purity need to be taken care of. At that time, when this machine was down, it was a real challenge, because such a huge capacity, we cannot go for manual sampling of the metal. At that this it was just I will tell the one of the first project of my 3D printer, wherein we took up and we developed some of the internal o-rings and some of the internal parts with the help of this carbon fiber one. It was changed hands-on, and the machine was up in, I think, around 8 to 10 hours. So if you can compare it, the downtime could have gone to 45 days, because the OEM was from Poland.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mohanty. Now, when I also understand that you've been a user of a technology from a company named Mark4. So I have the privilege also to have Anuj here. So Anuj, what was your first interaction? Did you actually understand the challenges and then probably want to actually offer the solution? That's the standard process to follow. So how do you see that that connect did happen, and what do you see the prospect of 3D technology in a country like us?
Hello. Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm Anuj Pudiraja. I had the Mark4 business in India. So it's a great platform where we are seeing Mr. Mohanty as well as one of the, I would say, the first organization to adopt this technology to overcome the supply chain challenges. So each and every industry verticals or industry domain does have their own challenges, but this challenge is definitely one of the most critical one. Having huge land of metal and mining plant where you have hundreds of equipment and anything can go wrong with any of the equipment. So a lot of planning needs to be done. So coming to your question, Shibu, yes, there were a lot of interactions, discussions, which we did with Vedanta team. Mr. Mohanty was spearheading that discussion. So the first thing which we need to understand was, yes, there are supply chain issues. And definitely post-COVID, each and every organization does understand that either you have to maintain those kind of huge inventories, or you have to be ready for that downtime, which no industry can be ready for the downtime. Everybody has to plan that, okay, there's no downtime in the machines as well. So when we are talking about implementing a 3D printing solution with such a, I would say, these are the plants which are in remote places, the equipments are very, very heavy. The first question came into everybody's mind, can 3D printer or 3D printed part handle these kind of harsh environment or these kind of metal parts also which are there in those kind of machines? So do we have a solution for that? Can it really support those kind of challenges? So then we went through the complete BOQ. So I think it was a great effort from Vedanta team also. As a technology, this is still an emerging technology. People are still trying to adopt it, trying to learn, trying to understand the technology in much and more in detailed manner, where the material science is also, metallurgy is also involved. Now, each and every industry needs to take some step ahead to understand that everything cannot be put on the paper in terms of ROI. So it is an innovation tool as well as a tool which is the future for Industry 4.0, which is the future for digital manufacturing. So the whole idea was, let's look into some of the non-critical part which can be implemented in the first phase of the implementing this technology. Rather than looking into the bigger problems, let's start small. That's what Vedanta has done. That's what when we joined had with them. So the whole idea was to look into an area where definitely it is going to help us in replacing some of the parts which can easily be printed by a carbon fiber based printer. Maybe some polymer parts can be easily replaced, and gradually with the help of the innovation team and Mr. Mohanty's leadership in terms of driving this adoption into the plant, now they are able to replace some of the parts which are in metal, and it has already been replaced by the carbon fiber based 3D printed part as well. So I would say the whole idea is, let's look into this technology about handling these supply chain issues where the lead times are very high. Can it be solving the bigger problem or supply chain? Can it solve the problem of maybe reducing the carbon footprint? Why we're saying that reducing the carbon footprint as well, or environment, health and safety issues as well? So this is a technology which can be handled remotely also. We call it as a distributed manufacturing. There are a lot of global companies, companies like Vestas, where they have some 20+ plant in wind energy. They have already started putting in place all the printers across different plants, and they are controlling it from the central point where they are printing those parts directly at the plant. Rather than flying those parts from one country to another country, they are printing those parts directly at the point of need. So we call this technology as a movement towards digital manufacturing, or printing the parts at the point of need, rather than looking into something which is definitely supply chain. Everybody knows that it's a big challenge during the COVID times when the country's borders were sealed. That was the same time when Vedanta came into in discussion with us as well, that we need to look into some technology which gradually will help us to create the digital inventory as well. It may not be to all the BOQ of maybe 50,000 or 1 million part. It could be for maybe 10% of those parts which are still critical, which are still holding our operations, which are still troubling our production cycles as well. And the other benefit of doing this distillation or printing the parts at the point of need is, now we are reverse engineering those parts and printing it. So can we look into improving the design? Can we look into reducing the weight of the part? Can we look into improving the efficiencies of the equipment as well? So there are a lot of I would say benefit which comes along handling those firefighting issues as well.
Thank you, Anuj. Very well said in terms of where all this technology can be of great help in terms of making it more coefficient in terms of efficiency. Now, while you spoke about the time that we all gone through, the COVID times, it was a challenging time, and at that time to manufacture and have it localized and manufacture it localized was always a challenge for a conventional method of manufacturing. And that is the time where 3D printing was a life-saving, even in the medical space. We all know and we've all heard about ventilators which were manufactured and customized, which was a possibility. Now, we also see the larger scope. See, what we understand is when we actually get into a challenging time, that is where we try to look at solutions, and that's where technology gets more prominence, and there is the course for us to head and build on that. And that's the time that we've all gone through in the COVID times. Supply chain has been really suffering, and the processes were very tough. But now that I also understand, when Anuj also mentioned about Fast Tech, is that the company, Anuj, that you mentioned in terms of making an integrated process of supply chain process. Yeah, spoke. Yeah, so may I know from you, Jagannath, somebody who is actually in the manufacturing space. Jagannath is the CEO for BFW and also M2 Next. They have been manufacturing CNC machines, in building these molds, and now also into additive manufacturing, indigenously manufacturing these machines here in the country, thanks for Atmanirbhar Bharat. So Jagannath, how do you think that this space can be really ventured into when it comes to a digital manufacturing space, ensuring that parts can be manufactured and can be offered in terms of faster, in terms of execution, and also creating an opportunity for more businesses coming in this space, please?
Good morning. My name is Jagannath. So, heading COO as CEO from M2 Next. So, we have been into additive manufacturing since a year. So, the very relevant question what you have asked, in fact, there is a platform on a traditional subtractive manufacturing where there is a global connect between the manufacturer and the user. So if we look at the technology, very similar to this, a part can be manufactured and flown in 24 hours because the machine is elsewhere and the user is elsewhere, where there is a complete tie-up of the freight forwarder, the user, and the manufacturer. Now, the power of digitalization here, or the digitization, is the part is presented in a CAM form in a hosted website. And the rights are given for access for potential users all over the world. And they get a message on their device to say that there is a part requirement which can be manufactured either in 24 hours or 72 hours or a week's time. And the price and the entire contour is already fixed and available, and you get an access to look at the part. You just need to accept. The moment you accept the part that you will manufacture, within 24 hours, the FedEx or the DHL will come to your site and collect the part. That's how has been the kind of business what we are seeing in subtractive traditional manufacturing. But one step beyond this for 3D printing would be that the distributed manufacturing, where you have potential equipment sitting very close to the user place. You could probably have a designer sitting somewhere who could use DFAM and produce the STL file of the part, and then push it to the platform where the user will get an access for that, build the part who is closest to the required place, and the part can be flown from that point or could be sent by the road. So the difference what we are seeing in potentially is you could have the the builder, the 3D printer very closest to you. And you could also have the expertise globally sitting somewhere in another corner of the world who could do a DFAM and then post the STL file to the nearest 3D printer. So this is something which a connect we are foreseeing. So as a result, if you see, the entire carbon emission is minimized because you are only moving the part from the closest location to the user location, number one. Number two is the developer who is sitting somewhere and doing this design is almost in real time, you get the access for the part, what is already designed and available for print. Number three is the printer, which is sitting locally in the area that which is going to print, could definitely be a shop floor kind of a thing, which is very simple to use, wherein the OEE of this equipment could be really very high. So this is something which I foresee that is going to happen very soon. It's already happening. It's going to happen very soon in bigger picture.
Thank you so much, Jagannath. Now, when you talk about an integrated kind of a setup in terms of digital manufacturing, ladies and gentlemen, what I also understand, technologies do also assist and facilitate. So here is also Vishwajit, who also works with ANSYS as a technology expert. Vishwajit, now, when we talk about ANSYS as a software simulation company, here is also something that we are trying to see, ensuring that how wastages can be reduced, ensuring that the parts can be consolidated in terms of size, scale, pricing, all of that put together. How does this software solution help in terms of the process of manufacturing?
Yeah, hello everyone. Good morning. I'm Vishwajit and working for ANSYS software simulation company. So here we are talking about 3D printing solutions, and we see for last 5-10 years lot of discussions on additive manufacturing, and we are trying to explore as much. But why we are shifting towards additive, as Anuj has also shared that okay, this needs a lot of, R&D, lot of innovation is going on. But why should we rely on this technology? First thing that, okay, we should get, benefit against, what traditional manufacturing process is, right? So one major benefit, what we are talking about, it can be, quite quick. That is fine. But same time, where we are also talking about, making, our carbon footprint lesser and lesser, almost zero carbon footprint. How we can ensure this, uh, goals? So first, major challenge is, okay, with traditional manufacturing, yes, we are having a lot of, wastage. Can we reduce this wastage? Where this AM technology give, option to us. Okay, this is almost having negligible or zero material defect, right? Because here we are not scrapping, or just removing material. But same time, major challenge, even though if AM technology is there, if I have to design any product, if I have to go with this product, it is very difficult, to just go bluntly and design this product. Maybe I can develop my 3D model and I can go with, 3D printing. But when I just start making this bottle, I may get a lot of defect in that. What defect can be, there can be some distortion, there can be some kind of warping or some bending. And just to ensure that there are some kind of, supports and, some support, I have to exactly figure out. Usually it doesn't, work out in one go when I go with, additive technology for any production. So you need certain, validations, you need certain kind of information. Okay, what will be best way to exactly manufacture it with all minimal or, supports that we need to assign, so that it should have less, defect in terms of distortions or any kind of, warping in this product. So where software simulation technology helps a lot, it gives, all virtual validation. Before going to production, you can test it on virtual environment. You can test it each and every instances first on software, and then you can see, okay, now this final product is coming out without much, distortion or almost no distortion. And then you can say, okay, with all these support, these conditions, now I can go for, real manufacturing. So yes, additive manufacturing is, next generation technology, but it is very difficult to go standalone with, this technology. You have to involve a lot of, other research and mindset, like, kind of, simulation technology to make it more successful.
You're right, Vishwajit. I think 3D printing is one technology in the whole of the basket that we have in the manufacturing space. And what I understand is these are two sides of the same coin. When we have CNC and vacuum casting and various other processes, the shop floor would need a 3D printer, making it more convenient and efficient. Because when it comes to customized manufacturing, 3D printing has a great prospect. Now, we also understand that this technology has really been a game changer in certain industries and sectors. More so when I count on my fingers, aerospace is one sector, because you're not looking at mass manufacturing here. And also medical, where you can now print, pre-op requirements for doctors to plan their surgery, to have these models printed, to actually plan their surgery well in advance to make life more, life-saving process. Because in a procedure, you cut open, you're cutting the body, there's profuse blood flowing in, so life is in the blood. So these are sectors and a specialization that this technology has gained a lot of traction. But I also know for the fact that various other sectors and industries that this technology has been very, very prominently used when it comes to, shipbuilding. You have technologies like DAD, where Mr. Jagannath is also a key respondent in terms of offering those solutions. But let me now ask Mr. Sarupchand, who is one of the key respondents from both the sides of his sides of his areas of specialization, but in terms of offering these solutions and also being a digital manufacturing hub in Delhi, in your same town and city. Sarupchand, how has this technology evolved, and as a service provider in the space, how has it really helped in a way? Because I know that you're very, very focusedly working on 3D technology. That's the service center of excellence that you have been able to build here. Please, thank you so much.
So, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So first, I would like to touch upon how many of you know 3D printing? Okay. Anything about 3D printing in terms of what it does, how does it change the world, right? And why it is being talked about as a big disruptor of manufacturing world. Okay. Typically, you would see very big factories of Escort or for big factories of where there would be thousands of machines which would be kept for cutting the part from a block of material. In 3D printing, globally, it has been changed. What has been done is that you make a powder or a wire, and without a tool, you start melting it and start printing it out layer by layer to give any geometry. Therefore, it becomes toolless manufacturing. And you don't need factories which are miles together. You are able to which is this small, okay, in couple of thousand square feet. So with that innovation and with that change, all of us are now looking at it. Can we take it to the place where the parts are needed? Can we manufacture small quantities of parts as and when necessary? So there in the COVID period, when the whole supply chain was disrupted, a healthcare company came to us and said that we want to make 5,000 ventilators. And each of the ventilator required about 380 different type of parts. Okay. Our production center in Delhi, which is only this big, right, could turn around those 380 different parts in 24 days, 1 lakh parts to be delivered to the customer for assembly of the ventilators, which became the lifeline during the COVID period. That is a disruption, and that's a supply chain which one can look at it. How many of you would have come across an accident where your back mirror has gone, right, of the car? Invariably in Delhi and Bombay, you would have everyone suffered the same thing. Now, how long does it take to get that mirror in a workshop of the manufacturer? I would say minimum 15 days, right? Not less than that. Using a tool like 3D printing, I can scan, or if I have a digital inventory, or if the manufacturer had the digital inventory, which means it had a CAD model, I could produce it in a day's time, even if the model was a 20-year-old model, right? Now, that becomes supply chain in terms of maintenance of the equipment which is existing, whether it is in the plant or it is in the consumer good. There was a young entrepreneur which came to us, and he started talking about designing a mixie and launching a mixie. Now, mixie is 30–40% parts which are bought out parts. They are not made. Motors are not made by the startup company. He came to us and said that I want to launch this product, but it is costing me about 50 lakh because he had to make about 7 dies. And how do I launch this product? I don't have that type of money. Now, if he goes with one model in an exhibition, you would appreciate the credibility of this entrepreneur would be very low, right? When we looked at the whole thing, we said we'll give you 5 different variants of the mixie under 11 lakh rupees. And we will give it to you on the 12th day, right? On the 12th day, he had 5 variants of the mixie launched in an exhibition. He could try it out, he could vary it, he could create the colors and could put it in the exhibition and get the market feedback as to which is the mixie which he want to launch. Now, 3D printing, because it's toolless and because it is easy to manufacture, and it can be done in the same machine can be used for printing consumer good, The same machine can be used for making part. The same machine is being used for making the drone parts. The same machine is being used for biomedical applications. So I just wanted to give a perspective, Dr. John, is that today 3D printing has not been adopted in India so much, but companies which are making electronic products, companies which are making parts which are very light or want to make lighter part to make it energy efficient, or companies which are into the startup operation, or companies which want to create spare parts, they would find 3D printing very, very useful. And it can be experimented very easily. You don't need very big factories. The operation does not require multiple skills. It requires few skills of the FEA, of the CAD modeling, and then the manufacturing, right? Thanks, that's it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Surupchan. Also, it was interesting to have inputs coming from all the experts, from technology experts and also the end users. We also see a lot of opportunities in terms of building this channel to have an opportunity to create more 3D hubs in the country. So 3D graphy is actively in the process of doing that. Having said that, we've all done many of them for the first time would have in your and understand in terms of responding. We have say what 4 minutes, Uday, for Q&A. Yeah. So if there is any question, and ladies and gentlemen, please, we will be able to address.
My name is Amrinder Kumar. I'm representing Roadcast. Just a small question: how 3D printing is going to be beneficial for mass production? And second is from plastic material to the metallic kind of segment.
Your question is specific to somebody or nobody? Anybody can answer.
Yeah, it's a
So yeah, so mass production is the conventional method now that we see with CNC, where you make a mold, or it is also done through injection molding, and you have lakhs of parts made with one mold. But we are in the time where we are also looking at mass customization. So when we talk about dental, every denture needs a different. Every anatomy of a jaw will be different. So here is a process where the conventional method will not be able to, get the result, is where 3D printing can do the result. So mass customization, where you have a bed where you can have multiple 3D printed parts of these dentures made possible, which otherwise today we do this through milling machine. So one denture, and if there are members of the family who would probably had to go for a buy of a denture, it takes 10 days or 15 days for them to supply. But here is a time that you are now looking at digital manufacturing setups, even in dental labs, and also now even dentists are looking at that kind of a solution. So similarly, there are mass customization as a process can also be a great prospect in having different sizable parts, which is a possibility. If I have to ask Swarup to, Mr. Swarup, please.
Okay, I think you asked about the large production sizes, right? Today, 3D printing is being used. I'll just give you an example of a company which is making close to about 10,000 drones in India. Okay, each of the drone has about 80 parts which have to be manufactured. Today, the drone company get all their parts manufactured by 3D printing. Now, I'm not talking of a lack of parts. I'm talking of 10,000 parts with 3 to 4, which means about 30 to 40,000 parts being manufactured. Now, why is he getting it manufactured? He's getting it manufactured because he wants it lightweight. because he wants to integrate many of the parts so that the reliability can be improved. See, if we have a technology, you have a mobile phone in your hand. Are you using the same way as the phone which is at your home or in the office? You have found a new use and a new application which is enabling you to work more efficiently. 3D printing is a technology which is giving you a breakthrough where multiple parts which are conventionally manufactured as separate parts and then integrated into an assembly can now be actually manufactured as a single part which can be used by you as and thereby improve the reliability. Do you know that the LEAP engine of the aircraft, right, which Boeing started with, today is only made by 3D printing because the total number of parts which were there in the LEAP engine were 108 parts. They have been reduced to 13 parts. Now, when they've been reduced to 13 parts, imagine that you don't have the rubber seals, you don't have the nuts, you don't have anything, and the flow of the gases as well as the fuel is so efficient that it has improved the efficiency of the LEAP engine and has reduced the weight and has increased the reliability of your LEAP engine. Now, therefore, 3D printing is being used today for mass production. The second use of the 3D printing in mass production is that I will just like to quote an example, Pepsi, which used to make the PET bottles to fill the Pepsi, right, were being done in metal with for doing the blow molding. Today, they only make, and it used to take nearly a month and a half to make a new model of the Pepsi. Today, they make it in 3D printing the mold itself, and with that mold, they are able to produce more than 5 lakh pieces doing the blow molding. Okay? So use the technology where it is best usable. If you say that, can I make my car parts which are in 1 million as an individual part, right? It would be inefficient use because you are using the same conventional method to convert to the new method. Why? Maybe can I integrate parts? Maybe can I make them lighter? Maybe can I make it in a better design? If the time permits, can I take one example? Okay. There was an LED manufacturer which came to us. Now, this LED manufacturer had aluminum extrusion. Okay. 2 extrusions used to join together. He used to put the paper as an insulator and then used to mount the PCB in that and then used to put the LED light. The conventional weight was 54 grams. When we did the same job in the 3D printing in plastic, our weight got reduced to 24 grams. The cost was still higher. It was at 1200 rupees versus the 600 rupees which he was paying. We converted it into lattice structure, and by doing it conversion into lattice structure, which is creating the holes, we improved his design in 3 ways, which I'll touch upon. And as a result, my weight came down to 9 grams and the cost came down to 400 grams. His inventory was 0 because he didn't have to hold the inventory. He could get it done every month, 200 pieces, 500 pieces, which he needed. But his improvement in design was that there was a single component of the LED. There was no need of paper insulation because plastic was insulating. And third, it was giving air because I had created the holes, which I would have never done it because the CNC machine cost is much higher. Now, when I did that, automatically my weight got reduced, my material cost got reduced, my manufacturing costs got reduced, and today he gets about 10,000 pieces manufactured by now. Okay, so I think we need to look at it from a different glasses and be able to produce the parts using a new technology. And some parts will be very efficient, some parts will not be very efficient.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sarojit. So I think this technology has greats to offer, And I'm sure you got your questions answered in a way. Yeah.
Yeah,
So I think,
fantastic.
yeah, so thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much, panel, for sharing your insights on the subject. And anybody, if you have any questions, you can actually be in touch with around for you to get your answers or queries corrected or you addressed. Thank you so much, and it was a pleasure to connect with you all. Thank you so
Ladies
much.
and gentlemen, due to the paucity of time, that is all for the questions. But before I thank our panelists, I must request them to kindly stay here on the stage with us as I invite Mr. Uday Laroya, Vice President, Strategic Projects, BW Businessworld, to felicitate our panelist and the moderator for such a fruitful session. Must I request our panelists to kindly come up front for a big happy picture? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. With the same, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to the next panel discussion. The topic at hand for the next panel discussion is building efficiencies in e-commerce supply chains, role of blockchain in ensuring online marketplaces stay ahead of the curve. Please put your hands together as I invite our panelist for this particular panel. Please welcome Mr. Deepak Gadke, co-founder, Stealth Blockchain Startup. Mr. Raghav Raja, Associate Director, 3P Business, Savio.in. Let's give a round of applause to the gentleman. Thank you very much. Please welcome Mr. Ravi Soni, Chief Executive Officer, Grass and Crate. Welcome. And of course, Mr. Sunny Vaish, Founder, Organic Ledger. Please welcome our moderator for this particular session, Mr. Raj Kapoor, Founder and CEO, India Blockchain Alliance.
All right, folks, we're all here. Sound check, all good? All students at the back, you can hear me? You can hear me now also? Why do we need this? Anyways, we'll go with it. Very interesting subject, blockchain. Something's been really close to our hearts for, what, years and years. Today, we'll talk a little bit about it. My first tryst with blockchain per se happened in 2016-17 in the United States, when I was working on a project by Walmart, one of the pioneers in this space of using and implementing blockchain, especially in the supply chain. And that was really good. That said, yes, that, then working with Maersk after that, really cool. I'll start with the same question. When I started with this, why I said in 2017, I see 5 years down the line, I come here in India, we're doing a lot of work in India as well, and I see the supply chain sector not really picking up as far as blockchain is concerned. So I'm going to start not by being critical, but by asking why. Well, I have my reasons, but I'd love to hear the panel speak about it. So let's start with the first question. Deepak, my first question to you would be, we all know that supply chain is one of the earliest adopters of blockchain. earliest, you know. But why do we see that in India, we still haven't really gone to that level where the rest of the world is moving? I don't see the lack of talent or lack of vision out here, but I see something else. What do you think these could be? And I'm going to ask all of us the same question to start off with.
Thank you, sir. First of all, thanks to Businessworld and Anurag, sir, for having us on this panel discussion. Hope you can hear me, right? See, the adoption issue is not just supply chain, it is across all domains in this country. Basically, there are government as well as the private industries which has this issue of adoption with blockchain. Basically, one is it's a overwhelming technology where people take a lot of time to understand. It is not very fast, where you can just build, operate, and transfer within 6 months. A learning curve is typically 9 to 12 months. First of all, organizations need to understand that the cost is also very high. If you cannot do it individually, the best way for supply chain domain segment is to do collaboration and be a consortium partner. And getting stakeholders agreeing to adopt blockchain itself a bigger task. Once you get into the stakeholders, getting them approval and agreeing to every stage of the POC on moving to production itself is another challenge. So there was a report from Settlement, who is one of the blockchain as a service provider platform. They say to build a POC, it takes 9 to 12 months. From POC to production, only 14% conversion happens. So that answers the question that people are not still ready for adopting blockchain. If you have to start blockchain, you need to start now because the technology is a fantastic technology. I was just in the speaker's launch. People said, we have today lost human trust. We need to depend on IT. The only technology which is solving this problem today is blockchain. And it is giving you provenance, it is giving you traceability, it is giving you the location, the owner, the creator, as well as it is one of the best technologies for security where it is not easily hackable. And it is also solving your problems in terms of transaction, which we had initially some of the issues with the earlier blockchains, which is there. And today blockchain has evolved and it is evolving faster than ever. If you do not start today, your learning curve is going to increase by 1 to 2 months. So you need to understand that cycle and you need to have patience for 18 months for you to see the results. If you want to adopt faster, use blockchain as a service platform, because then you will be able to do your POCs faster and you go to move into production. See, we always compare the Western world and we always become followers than leaders. If you want to become leader, when there is a technology at hand, when there is enough talent, when there is enough thought leadership which is already present, why don't you take the next step? So that's always been my question. And do not compare or do not have any thoughts or comparison with the currency world. Blockchain and currencies are two different things. Whenever the FTXs kind of things happen, we always step back. Blockchain is here to stay and you just need to adopt. There is no other way for you to adopt. And it gives you entire traceability, especially for a domain like supply chain, where today traceability and trust is one of the key factors. And that is the technology which is helping you to become a leader in the industry. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so you said very correctly, crypto is not blockchain and blockchain is not crypto. I mean, that's the question we keep getting asked. In fact, somebody asked me whether I should buy Bitcoin right now when I was outside as well. So I'm not going to answer that question, guys, right? So anyways, Raghav, I'll ask you this question, picking up from where Deepak left. I think one of the key things which you mentioned was lack of awareness. That I think is very critical. A lot of us still confuse blockchain with the crypto world, but a lot of us have now understood. What do you think?
I'll just add to that one point. The regulatory clarity is one thing which is lacking. See, do not depend on government for everything, because for eating food, we don't ask the government, right? So why do you have to depend on government for everything? So there is a technology which you can adopt tomorrow. Please go and adopt and change your business for your own good. Because our Prime Minister, if you want investment, adopt blockchain. There is no more anything provenance or nobody is going to come and motivate you beyond the Prime Minister. So that's my final word.
All right, I'll ask you this question, picking up from there. A lot of brands now, a lot of brands are looking at blockchain as, and the supply chain is really moving in that space. A lot of brands internationally and even locally, I've been doing a lot of projects now. What is your take on the brands adopting blockchain, especially for the supply chains?
Sure, I think your statement was really good. First of all, I think there is a counter for awareness. Most of us know about blockchain. So I'll just give a simple analogy. I'll just borrow our discussion off stage. Blockchain is more of a girlfriend, right? So people have girlfriends and they don't know what to do. Either they don't know where to get her to the restaurant or the hotel or theater.
You'll give the code codes of why don't you be careful there.
So coming to the brands, of course, yes. Brands of international brands have started adapting blockchain. If you look at Louis Vuitton, Dior, these people have already started using blockchain to kind of solve a lot of problems in terms of trust, intent, and also to get that ownership, right? I'll just ask simple question to the crowd. How many of you guys have ordered products, non-electronics, which is beyond 2 lakhs online? Anybody? Anybody who had ordered 2 lakhs worth product, not iPhone. iPhone is never a, it's like electronics. Now everybody started buying iPhone, but I'm saying like jewelries or watches or saris. Have anyone tried buying? Looks like none, right? That is an answer. Because people have lost trust. Like people feel counterfeit might be there. First problem is intent. So that's why I think there's a brilliant case study on Louis Vuitton. Now they have blockchain, which is the microchip enabled in all their products, right from the manufacturer to the retailer to the end consumer, right? So everywhere there is information feed into the system. Now a person can actually go in as deep as possible and understand whether the product is authentic product, where it is made, how it is getting manufactured, when was the last node created. And the beauty of these products, luxury products, the number of nodes are very limited, right? Because manufacturer, there's a retailer and there is a consumer. So that's how it is. I think there is a lot of revolution happening there, but for products at the lower scale, like I mentioned, they know what it is.
Yes.
It's fancy, but they don't know what to do with it.
So if you think that once if we implement a blockchain solution here, people will start trusting the third parties from where they purchase,
Right.
and therefore have, as you said, the 2 lakh stuff. First of all, a lot of people need to have the 2 lakh rupees in the pocket first. Students are wondering, where the hell am I going to get 2 lakhs right now?
Right.
Bottom line is, you feel that if there is more transparency,
Right.
where you can trace, and there's more trust,
Right.
3 T's or the 3 pillars of blockchain,
Right.
that I think would be critical for mass adoption of the technology.
Right. Right.
Very good. Brands, of course, very clearly. I'll tell you about a brand, which is not even a brand, actually. One of the governments, and I'm not going to name them right now, they have actually used blockchain for tracking counterfeit whiskey. Right? Just like you said, for Louis Vuitton, let's become desi. Let's come right home. They're actually tracking and tracing because a lot of counterfeit whiskey comes in and a lot of excise duty does not go to the government. And of course, it can also be harmful for everybody. But that's a lot of things here. And that is a couple of brands, not naming them. We're not supposed to name whiskey brands here, right? All right. Anyway, great. I'll go to the next question with Ravi. Ravi, you've been in a space which is very close to my heart. That's agriculture. We're doing a lot of work in fact, I'm doing some work with the ministry also with using blockchain for intervention for agriculture. Now, agriculture also has had mass adoption, has a potential of having mass adoption with the blockchain. What is your experience? Because you have worked in this space, and I'd love to hear your views, and you can share your views with everybody because it's going to be there everywhere. I know at least half a dozen governments working on that, but I'd like your experience on that. I've worked with the Haryana government, by the way, so I'd love to hear your views on the rest.
Great, Mr. Kapoor. It's always wonderful to listen to you. Now, as far as agriculture is concerned, we introduced blockchain in an industry which is not ready to adopt technology itself, come aside blockchain. And when we went to the farming community, most of them had lost the trust in the entire supply chain. I'll give you the use cases. I'll not go by the mere analogies. I'll just give you the use cases, how it actually used to happen in Himachal. It was almost 10 years back. I was placed there as a banker. And most of the farmers, even 10 years back, when they used to sell their apples in the local mandis, they are still onto arbitration with the court to get back the money from the mandis. There's no transparency in the system that whom they are selling, at what price they are selling, and whether the proceeds will come in time or not. So this is a big lacuna which is being faced by most of the smallholder farmers across the country, not only in one particular state. So when we introduced blockchains over there, the first resistance that came over there was, why should we have been cheated by so many people over a period of time, why should we even give you the details of our Aadhaar card, PAN card, for doing our KYCs, for tagging our land so that we can monitor the traceability of the crop? Why should we give you? There was no trust within them. But when we gave them the hash solution, wherein the identity was completely in a cryptographic format, it was not displayed to any of the parties, third parties, they got some level of confidence. The second level of a confidence was gained when there was complete trust in the system, when we could sell their crops to the right consumer who were willing to pay them better if the quality, if the residual part into the crop is low. The consumer class gets a formative assertion that what I'm eating is pure, the quality has been maintained, what date it has been plucked from the market, from the farm, and when I'm eating it in my plate. So this much of a trust is gained by the consumers who are willing to pay them more. So there was an incremental delta of more than 20%, and that too, the payment were realized because there was a smart contract introduced into the system with the farmers along with the buyers. So all the transactions could be automated in a single tranche, and the payments could be realized by the farmers, and the consumers could get the quality stuff in time. So this are something which has really transformed the behavior of these people. If you talk to most of the farming community, which we have been dealing with, I was not even aware of, they have gone on air and they started appreciating the kind of a work we have done for them. So that's for how blockchain as a technology, by adopting it into a mass level, can really transform the rural economy per se.
Thanks, Ravi. But this is a question I have here. When you talk about doing a lot of work with these farmers, is there any resistance that you get? Is there any pushback? Is there something which they feel, oh, why are we doing this? Is it required? Another headache for us? More technology? We don't have proper internet. We don't have food, water. You're talking about technology. I think that's a question which is always gnawing me. You know,
I think we really need to go to rural areas. We have underestimated Bharat. We have underestimated Bharat.
Yes.
Bharat has really come up well, and rural economy has transformed itself much more than what we think of. These farming communities have adopted technology, yes, more than what we think of, because they have been a struggler. They have been cheated for years together. Now there's one ray of hope which can transform them, and it's a herd mentality which happens often in a rural segment. If one farmer gets benefited, you don't have to track the second one. The second and the whole herd will come after you. So let's not underestimate the power of our rural economy. It's really going to transform in next 4 to 5 years of a time. You'll see, we developed our entire portfolio over Android so that we can give these farmers, because we expected that no one will have an iPhone with them. But when we went to Kinnaur region, none of the farmers were having an Android phone. They're all having an iPhone. So let's come to a realistic number. When we are talking about the farmers, yes, there are pockets where there is a poverty, but there is no resistance per se if you give the value to them.
Perfect, Ravi. I'll ask Sunny now a question. Sunny, you've also been doing a lot of work in the track and trace space now. I think there's a blockchain being a completely borderless sort of a technology. That's one of the critical things of its success. It's borderless. It doesn't belong to anybody. It's disintermediated. It's distributed. You also need to have a very strong ecosystem around that. whatever solutions you're providing, it cannot be in silos. It's got to be a real ecosystem, consortium, partnerships, cooperatives. What is your take on that? And how have you approached it with your product? Because you have a complete solution in the supply chain space, especially in the organic space. Now, what is the sort of initiatives you have taken and what people can think about depending on whichever sector they are in? What are the initiatives you guys are taking? What are the type of partnerships you are stitching? That's critical because blockchain cannot exist in silos. It's got to be collaborative. And that's exactly what we're talking about today. Yours.
Afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot, Mr. Kapoor and Businessworld for giving us this opportunity. As my colleague, my fellow panelist, Ravi has mentioned, we need to go beyond like one word marketing terms now. We cannot say that this is sustainable, net zero carbon, slave labor free, etc., etc. And we need to produce the proof of the quality and the sustainability claims. And how we are approaching it as, organic world, they are producing top quality products, but they do not get the value. The farmers do not get the value. The exports gets rejected. A lot of problems are happening. So we are introducing traceability in organic ledger. Our motto is traceability, transparency, and trust. So with a simple QR code scan, everybody can check the history, geography, and chemistry and of the product before buying. Coming back to the question, what we have approached, how we have approached is, we have created a partnership. We have created partnership with companies who are providing all type of services like satellite image advisory, IoT inputs, etc., etc. Spectroscopy, and how the fruits or the vegetable can be graded. So all the information is encoded with the product, and we can go to the farmer and we can say that, yes, if you implement this holistic solution, your input cost would be reduced by, let's say, 30%, your yield would be increasing by 25%, and your products would be going out in the market with a surety of blockchain and the quality. And it is facing hindrances, yes, but we need some support from the ecosystem, startup ecosystem, in terms of adoption and in terms of support with VCs as well.
Right. So you're actually building a very strong ecosystem around that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll bounce that question to you. We talk about stakeholders. There's lots of stakeholders, especially in the supply chain. When we were working with Walmart, we figured out there were almost 300 interventions. And when we implemented blockchain as a solution today, there are hardly 16 interventions. That's massive saving of manpower, time, resources, money, so on and so forth. So who do you think are the key stakeholders in the entire supply chain? Let's look at from the manufacturing process, for example. What's your take on the stakeholders?
See, any process of manufacturing or growing, it starts with the manufacturer or the producer. And then some of the things where you're not manufacturing the core components, it goes to the OEMs. And then you have your distributors, then your logistics companies, and then you have your e-commerce platforms which you're using, and then you have the end customers. So these are the couple of key stakeholders in the entire cycle of the supply chain end to end. And then you have the, in terms of supply chain, since we are talking about, we have the shipping corporations, the containers, the truck delivery companies. These are all outsourced entities where you need to have a traceability of each of these stakeholders, the role they are playing in the entire manufacturing to reaching the end product to the client. So if all these stakeholders are brought into as a consortium, as a partner to the ecosystem, where the manufacturer or can become the lead partner in the consortium, the entire product journey from manufacturing to the end customer, becomes easy, and it is all what Ravi and Sunny all spoke about, traceability, trust, and all those factors which consumers want today is already built in factor. And the payment mechanism, which is one of the concerns for each of the stakeholders, since it is all driven by smart contracts. Smart contracts are not legal contracts. These are contracts which are built using the software codes. And it based on a condition, if this happens, the next step has to happen. If I have delivered the goods and if the customer has paid, immediately everything is ticked and the payment starts ticking to the vendors or suppliers, the distributors, and you build trust because you're having all the players build the trust because you're given a solution which they have been waiting for so long. And I think what Raghav also spoke about luxury items. This talks about sourcing of the material itself when you're building the luxury components. It gives the origination and provenance of where the source is coming. See, today you have counterfeit goods in luxury items, in pharma, so which is a big concern for all the large companies because in pharma there's almost a 200 billion counterfeit which happens. And if we cannot trace it, if we cannot control that, then it's a loss for the ecosystem. And that is where in pharma, what happens is if you have a large distributor or even FMCG, if you have a large distributor, the distributor can change the game for you because he's just holding, because he might be a manufacturer of a generic component, right? And FMCG, he might be selling a toothpaste in his own brand. He can just hold that market for Colgate or Palmolive. So all these things can be traced today for the major stakeholders. And since it is traceability, provenance, and tracking, which is already we've been talking about, I think this blockchain solves every stakeholder's problem.
Does, it really does. And you talked about pharma there. I'll pick up one of the things here. Recently, I don't know how many of us know that in China, because they were not using the blockchain that time, they were actually supplying talcum powder for baby feed. Lots of babies died in China recently. Of course, China is a closed economy behind an iron curtain, so to speak. They don't hear much of it. But that brings us to a very strong question. And I'll put that to you, Rag. Given that tragedies like this could happen, and you think blockchain can actually prevent or at least reduce such problems or such incidents?
I think definitely before getting into China, I think there was a recent incident that happened in Gambia. I think 21 poor children have died. I think that's what accounted, but I'm not sure how much have unaccounted. So blockchain can actually solve all these problems. So while it might be really fancy to hear all those things, the real subject is it can give the one of the major problems of pharma is, I think, like fellow panelists have been the counterfeit. It's more than efficacy, right? Efficacy of the product. The efficacy of the product is kind of something, the composition, whatever it is mentioned, has to be maintained at certain temperature. For example, if you take insulin that you buy, if you happen to buy insulin in your chemist stores, most of the chemist stores would actually have it in a refrigerator, right? But you're not sure how did this product land in a refrigerator, right? It has come through a cold chain, or it has come through a normal, TVS 50, or whatever it is. So in terms of pharma, it's not only the manufacturer responsibility, of course, it's a manufacturer responsibility as well, but the responsibility lies at the different nodes, right? From the person who is taking at the first mile, it's going to be a truck, to the last mile, who's going to be a last two-wheeler. Everybody has to be trained properly. Else it's, forget about luxury items. It's a lifeline product, right?
It's completely. Right. We've got less time, so we just got a lot. I want to ask these couple of questions that are running in my mind. Cost saving. Everybody likes cost saving. Everybody talks about cost saving. Can implementation of a proper blockchain solution reduce costs for manufacturers, for logistics, warehouses, shipping, all those stakeholders, all the guys, which even Deepak's speaking about? Can it actually do that? And of course, for the farmers as well, because everybody's looking at either increasing their income or reducing the costs. Top line, bottom line. What's your take?
So there are two things in which most of the, actually, I'll talk about the agri-value chain in particular. So if you find the agri-value chain, there are two incidental costs which increases the overall cost of the product in the supply chain. One is the last mile deliveries. Either it is procurement side, wherein you have the micro level transporters engaged into the processes, or into the last mile delivery of the consumer segment. One. So both of them are not integrated into the system, wherein the entire supply chain could be done in an integrated fashion. So there is a cost incidence into it. The second is the quality of the, in particular, if you're talking of a fruits as a segment, there is a lot of a decay, a lot of wastage which happens across the segment while the goods are being transferred. So overall, approximately 30% incidental cost is in excess against what a technology like blockchain would bring down the cost as a structure. So you have an integrated supply chain which can be built upon, and you can track the quality of the crop in transit also by using certain IoTs in the process. And then you can deliver these goods to the last mile, either in the procurement side or in the supply side, both of the sides integrated into a one chain, which would reduce the cost by more than 30% as on today.
Perfect. That's in bottom line, there is a bottom line impact. Yeah. All right. Since you're running out of time, I'm going to ask the last question for now, Sunny. Do you think, I'll ask that to you, and then we'll ask everybody that I want a one-line answer from the rest of them. From you, I want a little more detailed answer. Do you think bringing about awareness or integrating this into our education system, the knowledge of blockchain in various sectors like supply chain, logistics, shipping, if we bring it into the education system, do you think that'll have an impact going forward in terms of adoption, mass adoption?
Yes, this is actually happening at the moment. What we need to understand here is blockchain is a backend technology where we move from paper paper way of doing business as of now to a paperless business. Everything is written in code, and the processes of business, for example, transfer of money from one entity to another entity, agri-lending, insurance, warranties, everything can be written in the smart contract. And some of the blockchain companies are getting associated with premier institutes of India. They are sponsoring some certain courses, giving out rewards for building of projects, so that the fresh generation are aware of the benefits and how we can transform our current way of doing business to a completely smart contract way of doing business, and reduce the cost and increase efficiency by using the blockchain tech. And as everybody is saying, we are still in the early stages of blockchain adoption. We need to make sure that we lobby behind it and we make people aware that how this disruptive technology is going to change the way in this decade. And
so I think education plays a very critical role in all this. So I don't know how many of us are aware here. I'm going to conclude now and ask questions. The government of India has more than 90 projects on the blockchain. A lot of them are in agriculture, e-governance, supply chain. I don't know how many of us know that. That's the government has got. The private sector, hundreds and thousands of them coming up now. We've seen that in the last 2 years. Personally, I was working on 12 use cases 2 years back. Today, I'm working on 57 use cases. That's some form of transformation. So I see the transformation, and I see that supply chain is going to be a major adopter in the near future. Do you guys agree with me on that? A yes or no is fine.
Yeah, completely.
are doing it ourselves. So yeah.
Right. So I'm going to stop yapping now. I'm going to let you guys ask any questions, especially students out there. You guys are going to create solutions in this space, and people who are from the industry, your suggestions, your challenges, any questions, please. I like your long hair. You can ask the question first. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Very quick question to any of the panelists who would want to answer this. So it's relatively nascent, blockchain from an Indian parlance. So do you see cost of implementation being an entry barrier so far? When you look at, because obviously logistics cost itself, they say that anything which is beyond any product which is, taking 300 rupees or any product which costs 300 rupees for delivery to the last mile is basically not viable to the end consumer. Does this add to that entry barrier, or does the cost become an entry barrier, wherein companies, because counterfeit may not be a very, very compelling case for a lot of organizations. That is one pressing case that you talked about. But is it actually an entry barrier, the cost of implementation?
All right, Sunny, I'll answer that because I've only got 30 seconds, so I'll answer it. Love to answer long. The answer is a very resounding yes. It actually reduces cost hell of a lot. Again, one of the panelists, that is what Deepak said, we need to have a platform which is uniform. In fact, one of the things I'm doing for the media sector is creating a media blockchain so that all of them don't have to create their own blockchains. The sector must come together, make a supply chain proper blockchain. We can do that. There are also existing availables. Existing technologies can be all put together, bringing down the cost drastically for adoption. That's.
I would like to add to that. Yes, the initial cost is a bit high, but as we move to economies of scale, the benefits would outweigh the cost by miles. So yes, initially, yes, there is a hindrance, there is an entry barrier, but going ahead, we expect it to, give more benefits than it cost us now.
I will.
Yeah. Take it offline.
I will just add one thing about, I've been following this event from yesterday.
Here's a question there. Yes, please, let's quickly take that. Yes. Yes, of course, sir. There is a yin and yang. The negative is, yes. Yes, I'll give you the negatives. I'll give you 3 points. There are maybe many more also. There's always a negative and a positive. There's a yin and yang. One of them is challenges of legacy technology, working with blockchain at times. That is one. The second is the lack of wanting to change a system, which is running fairly well in their own ways. So the lack of awareness comes there. And the third is not so many use cases right now, which we can talk about. But that's all going to change in the next 3 to 6 months. We'll find lots more use cases. See, everything has nascent technology. It's got a lot of downsides, but it's got more upsides in the long run. When you look at the pros and cons, the pros will far outweigh the cons. Of course, I can give you a detailed answer offline, that's for sure. But that's it for now. We have run out of time, basically. Don't want to infringe on anybody else's time, guys. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us all here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kapoor. Before I request our panelists to step down, I must invite Mr. Uday Laroya to present a small token of appreciation to our panelists. And with the same, ladies and gentlemen, we are now taking an exact half-an-hour break for the networking lunch. Thank you so very much. I must request everyone to join us back in exactly half an hour for the next segment. Thank you. Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you.
enable conversations on policy issues in India.
I feel that the Indian automobile industry's
BW Businessworld presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
I feel that the Indian automobile industry's future is very bright. Presently, the size of the industry is 7.5 lakh crore, and I'm confident that at the end of 25, it will be more than 15 lakh crore.
Businessworld has brought this to Bangalore, and earlier also they have done it. Bangalore is the right place to talk about startups, unicorns, decacorns.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Their stature, their experience, and their name in their respective fields. I wish all the best, and may your entire day be enliving and fulfilling. Thank you so much.
Covering a range of topics, BW Businessworld events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
Because development पूरी राजनीति में ये focus बन गया है.
BW Businessworld events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Businessworld is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Businessworld's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars $33 million page views on an average, multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months. BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
At this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it a million times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at UpGrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
UpGrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and UpGrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with UpGrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
UpGrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, UpGrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of the immigrants like you.
Matthew? Sir, London में? Yes, sir. छुट्टी हाँ? It's a favorite city. ये तो यार settle होना चाहती है ना? ये मैथ्यू ऑफिस के साथ वो ये ऑनलाइन MBA कर रहा है. फिर इसका कुछ हुआ? नहीं ना? तो इतना सामान सेटल हो रहा है क्या यहाँ पे?
यस सर, उसी ऑनलाइन MBA की वजह से अपनी कंपनी ने मुझे लंदन में पोस्टिंग दी है.
अपनी कंपनी?
हाँ.
Fast forward your career with online MBAs. Top universities, flexible learning hours, top placements. Upgrad.com.
BW Businessworld presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
I feel that the Indian automobile industry's future is very bright. Presently, the size of the industry is 7.5 lakh crore, and I am confident that at the end of 25, it will be more than 15 lakh crore.
Businessworld has brought this to Bangalore, and earlier also they have done it. Bangalore is the right place to talk about startups, unicorns, decacons.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Their stature, their experience, and their name in their respective fields. I wish all the best, and may your entire day be enlivening and fulfilling. Thank you so much.
Covering a range of topics, BW Businessworld events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास, डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Businessworld events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Businessworld is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Businessworld's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020. marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars $33 million page views on an average, multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
At this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it a million times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at UpGrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
UpGrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and UpGrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with UpGrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
UpGrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, UpGrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like me.
Matthew? Sir, London में? Yes, sir. छुट्टी हाँ? It's a favorite city. ये तो यार settle होना चाहती है ना? ये मैथ्यू ऑफिस के साथ वही ऑनलाइन एमबीए कर रहा है। इसका कुछ हुआ? नहीं ना? इतना सामान सेटल हो रहा है क्या यहाँ पे?
यस सर, उसी ऑनलाइन एमबीए की वजह से अपनी कंपनी ने मुझे लंदन में पोस्टिंग दी है।
अपनी कंपनी में?
हाँ।
Fast forward your career with online MBAs. Top universities, flexible learning hours, top placements. Upgrad.com.
BW Businessworld presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
I feel that the Indian automobile industry's future is very bright. Presently, the size of the industry is 7.5 lakh crore, and I'm confident that at the end of 25, it will be more than 15 lakh crore.
Businessworld has brought this to Bangalore, and earlier also they have done it. Bangalore is the right place to talk about startups, unicorns, decacons.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Their stature, their experience, and their name in their respective fields. I wish all the best, and may your entire day be enlivening and fulfilling. Thank you so much.
Covering a range of topics, BW Businessworld events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास, डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Businessworld events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Businessworld is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Businessworld's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars 33 million page views on an average, multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
At this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it a million times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and Upgrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with Upgrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
Upgrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, Upgrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like you.
Matthew? Sir, London में? Yes, sir. छुट्टी हाँ? It's a favorite city. ये तो यार settle होना चाहती है ना? ये मैथ्यू ऑफिस के साथ वही ऑनलाइन एमबीए कर रहा है इसका कुछ हुआ नहीं ना इतना सामान सेटल हो रहा है क्या यहाँ पे
यस सर उसी ऑनलाइन एमबीए की वजह से अपनी कंपनी ने मुझे लंदन में पोस्टिंग दी है
अपनी कंपनी
हाँ
Fast forward your career with online MBAs. Top universities, flexible learning hours, top placements. Upgrad.com.
BW Businessworld presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
I feel that the Indian automobile industry's future is very bright. Presently, the size of the industry is 7.5 lakh crore, and I'm confident that at the end of 25, it will be more than 15 lakh crore.
Businessworld has brought this to Bangalore, and earlier also they have done it. Bangalore is the right place to talk about startups, unicorns, decacons.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Their stature, their experience, and their name in their respective fields. I wish all the best, and may your entire day be enlivening and fulfilling. Thank you so much.
Covering a range of topics, BW Businessworld events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Businessworld events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Businessworld is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Businessworld's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars . 33 million page views on an average, multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
And at this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it a million times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and Upgrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with Upgrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
Upgrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, Upgrad, for open.
Check. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you all had fun at the lunch. Well, towards the beginning of this summit, I mentioned and encouraged everyone by posting their learnings from this summit onto their social media platforms and using the hashtag BW supply chain. I must mention once again, the individual who posts the maximum amount of tweets with the hashtag BW supply chain stands a chance to win a special bumper prize from one of our partners. And today at 3 p.m., we shall announce the name of the winner. With the same, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to the next segment, the next panel discussion. The topic at hand for the next panel discussion is how IoT allows for supply chain visibility to cast a caring eye on your package. Allow me to welcome our panelists for this particular panel. Please put your hands together for Mr. Anil Syal, President, Safe Express. Please welcome Mr. Ranganathan Iyer, Group CIO and Senior EVP II JBM Group. I must encourage everyone to offer their loudest round of applause for all the panelists. Thank you very much. Let's welcome Mr. Vijay Kumar, Director, India and Senior Regional Sales Director, IMEA, Identification Technologies Division, HID. And of course, let's welcome our moderator for this particular session. Please give it up for Mr. Vaibhav Dayal, CEO, Blackburn Technologies and MD, Full Value Consulting.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start this post-lunch session. Post-lunch sessions are always challenging, and our session is how IoT allows for supply chain visibility to cast a caring eye on your package. What do you say? I mean, after lunch, actually opening the eye itself is a challenge. So keeping an eye on the package.
Well, you looked at me and actually asked me a question. How does it happen post-lunch?
Yes.
So let me begin with IoT as a topic. So when we talk about IoT in a very broad language, talking about lots of network devices connected to each other, providing data and sharing information across the platform. I come from an industry from HID, wherein we manufacture RFID tags. So we make people and assets, those things, as a part of IoT, and then we support, your activities. So, yeah, that's where we are.
Wonderful. So IoT, I mean, of course, there are a number of views in the market that how big the industry is, how well it is growing and everything. But everybody knows it is growing very well. I think that is the bottom line. Whenever any industry grows, be it telecom a few decades back, be it the petroleum products or plastic products in the decades before that, be it the IoT today, there are always consultants' views about this. But invariably, the numbers are too large, too tough to follow. In IoT, it is said that IoT in logistics space alone is going to be about just short of $100 billion by 2028, which is the spitting distance from where we sit today. $100 billion, to put things in perspective, it is the entire India-China trade counted both ways as on date. $100 billion is the size of the entire Indian IT industry. This is almost 3 times the size of the entire huge pharmaceutical industry of India. So one way or another, we look at it, it's a massive space. When the spaces are that big, growing that fast, it is supposed to be growing at about 14-15% a year. It throws up a lot of opportunity. And that's probably the reason that it is a talking flavor in conferences today. And the 3 practitioners we have today on the panel are in the thick of the action. This is what they are, doing, implementing day on day. This is what they are. They are basically building the industry, right? So this panel is about unraveling a bit of, the mystery, the action which is going on, and listening from each of these practitioners. And the panel is very well balanced that way. So while Anil is, represents the logistics sector as the president of Safe Express. So that's a large logistics company. Mr. Iyer, on my right, he is the, he's a JBM Group, he's a group CIO of JBM Group, which is into manufacturing. And so that is the IoT in manufacturing, IoT in logistics. And the interesting person on my left, Vijay, is the one who is providing this IoT. So logistics, manufacturing, and the provider of technology, we have all, 3 ends of this triangle, right, of this panel. So to begin with, Mr. Iyer, let me hand over to you that give us a perspective, okay, that how you are seeing IoT in the, in your operations, right? And what have you seen in the recent past, that how it has grown and what do you see going forward? It'd be great to have your views on that.
Yeah, namaste. Thanks for the opportunity. Let us put the IoT into 2 different baskets. Number 1 is core manufacturing within the factory. The other one is we are going to talk about how IoT is going to helpful in increasing the efficiency of the supply chain. There are 2 aspects into it. IoT is not new to manufacturing, specifically in auto. Why? Because we deployed many solutions, more than 20-25 years we are using. But what is more important is how it is bringing in value addition to the customer or to the end user. The scope has been increased so that people are in a position to embrace the technology so that they can take, well, let us illustrate with the example. In the EV industry, if you look into, we are into EV manufacturing, bus we are manufacturing. The bus has the capability of talking about itself, and then it says, this is the position today I am at this particular time. It constantly sends information. Whether you are consuming or not, it has got no relation to that. It will talk about engine status, it talks about tire, it talks about its status. And those people who are in a position to collect and then put intelligence over that, we are in a position to take the preventive action before it fails. This is one kind of scenario. The another kind of scenario is because we are into bus operations where in the Navi Mumbai, if you see all the buses which are running is ours. Starting from allocating the route, collecting the fares, and then measuring the performance of the driver to the engine, to the route optimization. Online, we get information and then we are in a position to instruct the driver or whoever is supposed to bring that error correction done has been informed. So to start with, IoT is not new, number one. The usage has increased. The cost of deploying a solution is also practically possible. With that, I will stop it now. We will take it later.
So, Anil, logistics is said to be one of the biggest consumers of IoT. And the way the economy is growing and everything, the logistics companies are the best ones. Their fleets keep growing. They are floating in work and wealth. So you must be having a good perspective on how IoT is changing your space, your industry, your company. Please share with us.
Thank you. First of all, let me apprise you of this fact, a little known fact about IoT, that logistics incidentally was one of the first industries to have implemented IoT well ahead of most industries. Specifically, when you hear one or the other logistics player tell you about something called GPS, we were one of the earliest as a trade to have used the first mechanism of IoT, or the first facet of IoT within the larger domain. But having said that, this has now expanded into various other sectors also, whether it is warehousing, whether it is transportation per se purely, and most importantly, of late, as Vijay also mentioned something about RFID tagging. So you see, IoT is something which is now ingrained completely in the end-to-end supply chain management when it comes to logistics services. As far as the organization per se, Safe Express is concerned, we are one of the very early proponents of IoT at the package tracking level. So any client who seeks to have visibility of their inventory finds our IoT backend playing all through. That's the Safe Express side. But as far as the industry is concerned, a lot of action is happening on not only asset tracking, but also in terms of the piece level inventory tracking. So that is where costs is a small element which is still to be figured out. But yes, that's where the meat of the action is now coming forward.
Great. Thank you, Anil. So Vijay, as the provider of all these RFID tags, right, you must be shipping billions.
I wish I would be shipping in billions actually, or selling in billions. Well, when we look at IoT from a perspective, I would call it as a change of generation from a mere track and trace perspective of RFID to a more featured product that would not only do a mere track and trace, provide you locations, how many products, but do much more. That's building on sensors into existing RFID tags, be it active or be it passive. Building in sensors would mean you could be able to monitor temperature, humidity, moisture, vibration, distance. Now, giving you small examples of it would be monitoring of vaccination vials in a cold supply chain environment using a temperature sensing passive RFID tag. So it could give you a history or a pedigree of the vial from the day it is manufactured to the time it is dispensed to a patient. So that would be an IoT example, best IoT example. The second would be in terms of tracking people, for example, monitoring social distancing or contact tracing for people moving around, especially in events like these, or for example, tracking of patient movement and doing contract tracing during epidemics in a hospital or in a healthcare sector. RFID tags in the IoT industry would be used in couple of applications. Some of them that I can really think about is a smart city, for example, using it for environment or for public safety for citizens. It could be used in healthcare for pharmaceutical and again hospitals. Could be used for assisted living where data of a person can be collected, could be used by insurance companies, could be used in retail for inventory management and replenishment of stock, could be used in transportation, again, where Anil mentioned about logistics and supply chain, could be used in the energy sector, where you have mining, oil and gas, and also into the utility segments like, gas, electricity. One short example would be smart meters for gas and for electricity. Could be used for defense and for public safety, especially monitoring defense equipment.
Let me bring your attention to the particular use case of RFID in the logistics space or in supply chain space. So given that the growth which is happening in manufacturing and in the whole sector, what kind of, the usages, where you see the biggest demand coming in the supply chain segment?
Okay. I would look at supply chain both from a manufacturing perspective and from a distribution perspective. From a manufacturing perspective, I would look at work in progress as a very big challenge for a lot of companies to manage not only the equipments or the assets that are being under manufacturing process, but also to track people in different work processes. Simple example could be monitoring Kanban, for example, or just-in-time processes in your environment. Secondly, when I talk about distribution, I'm talking about distribution across the supply chain, wherein you have warehouses, mother warehouses, retailer warehouses, and delivery to an end customer. So the entire cycle of assets and people would require tracking and tracing. And that's where RFID as a technology would play a very important and significant role in providing this information to these various devices, which will be connected over a network for your IoT.
But you see that as the technology enthusiast, as a technology company, of course, you have, you can actually tell the market a lot about that where all it can be used. Do you see your customers playing ball? Do you see they share your enthusiasm, the demand coming back that way?
Okay, I would determine customers into two categories. One is somebody who's a buyer, and one is somebody actually who's a user. So when I look at it from a buyer's perspective, we would often look at cost of a tag vis-a-vis cost of, for example, a bottle of water. I wouldn't say RFID to be used on a bottle of water because there are barcodes and there are other technologies that can be used. Okay? That's not a use case. I would talk about technology to be used in very complex environments. For example, vaccination vials, which I gave you an example. Contact tracing, again, it can save lives. I'm talking about a heavy equipment or a machinery, which is expensive, a camera, a mobile phone, an oil and gas environment. So there are specific industries who actually feel the challenge of not being able to use technology because they are still using traditionally old practices and using technology only partially. So these are customers who are coming to us and to a lot of other RFID companies as well, okay, asking them for solutions. So I definitely see a huge demand in people coming up with a lot of challenges. Now, how far has this materialized in a document signing or a contract? Depends upon a lot of factors, depends upon the challenges, pricing, and so on and so forth.
Right. So basically, in refined words, you're saying that while the users are very excited about it, the customers are always stingy.
Yep.
Yeah. So the customer, Ayer Saab, there's a charge on you. How do you respond to that?
See, the biggest advantage is how we are going to resolve the business issues. That is the baseline for if IoT is going to give a solution. For example, if you are going to automate the weighbridge solution, what is the advantage of doing that? Because using RFID, we have done the weighbridge automation, which has eliminated they eliminated the human requirement. Otherwise, one person was operating that particular way bridge using RFID and camera and a related solution. We were in a position to convert and eliminate the manpower requirement at that particular workstation. That's number one. Number two, how it is going to increase the confidence of the business, the customer or the person. If you are selling a scrap, for example, when we say because of automated process, the weighing happens by system, and the end user also directly, the business process which he was earlier adapting, weighing it again, that got eliminated because the B2C, because we are also selling to another company, because they built a relation that, okay, they have faith in their system, which has eliminated the pilferage, number one. It means from JBM, any goods coming out cannot have an incorrect weighing. That is number one. Number two, if you are trying to see the EV bus operations, we have to take a corrective action as and when it happens. This also means the visibility of the vehicle on the road as compared to the destination, how much time it is going to take, how we are going to bring in corrections in rerouting the bus which is on the road, and then online we connect and then ensure that they are getting the corrective actions, and then we are trying to reduce the time delay. And if you see within manufacturing system, for example, what happens when you are operating any machines, with the help of IoT, we are in a position to identify X, Y, and Z axis movement. If it goes beyond the standard, any deviation which has been found, because we are constantly collecting data from the machine movement, all the three axes we are collecting, when it goes beyond that a level, system stops or it gives indication to the person who is supposed to take corrective actions. So these are all the three use cases using which we can reduce the downtime, number one. And before it goes off, the machine goes off, we are in a position to plan it right, maybe in between shifts or maybe during Sundays, we can bring that corrective action take place.
Yeah, that's an interesting example that you have taken. It's about, troubleshooting or preventive maintenance, or actually the breakdown maintenance. But given that, you are, the bulk of your revenue of JBM Group comes from manufacturing, and you are the suppliers to the automotive company, Maruti being the biggest, and I'm sure several others. The, tracking and tracing, okay, of the deliveries that you do to your clients, right? How far have you been able to leverage IoT in that particular use case?
Okay, very interesting question, but purposefully I did not touch on that. I am going to take 2 more minutes to make it more meaningful. What is required is visibility. What visibility is all about. If customer says this good which has been delivered is not up to the standard, for example, rejection comes. How quickly we are in a position to identify who has supplied the raw material for us to manufacture, and what did I manufactured it, and in what shift I have manufactured, so that with one sample of rejection, I am in a position to identify the batch, number one. Number two, how quickly I'm going to bring in corrections so that I am responding to the customer in a larger perspective. So this is one of the use case. This is number one. Number two, because of this visibility, we have some barcode systems, some RFID systems, etc., etc. when you are trying to bring in automation for a purpose, you get some byproducts. For example, if you are having a warehouse, for example, we deal more on steel. Steel rolls, if you see, it will be in tons, 10 tons, 20 tons, 15 tons. And it is in the yard. Manually, when we were trying to do physical inventory, it takes normally 2 days. With the intervention of IoT, it reduced to less than 6 hours. Okay. Oh, but it was not for that purpose. The automation was done to bring the visibility. The IoT solutions, barcode, the different solutions has helped us knocking out the another business problem, which is very crucial for us, because we know this product is this particular item which is available in that particular warehouse is not used for 6 months. That we come to know 1.5 days much quicker than that. So many other byproducts also will come into effect when you try to do that.
Great, that's wonderful. Yeah, and going on similar lines, Anil, you run a large logistics network, thousands of vehicles, the road, supplying all different kind of things, and a lot of customers. How far it is possible today to track a particular package which is on the road, right? And mind you, please, for the audience sake, I'm putting the question in the particular perspective that most of the logistics company, much of their fleet is not their own. They rely on third parties. To a certain extent, this could be dedicated fleet, or it could be, could be a short-term contract, whatever. But there seems to be an interface where a handoff is there with your logistics provider, and it is only a function of systems to IoT-driven systems probably, which can enable a seamless tracking of the package, right? What has been your experience in that, and what have been the developments?
Before I take that answer, Vaibhavji, let me come back to one point which Vijay was mentioning. Specifically, let's understand IoT a little differently also. Tools like RFID tag, tools like GPS, tools like the visibility equipment are all tools to provide you that visibility. IoT does not do that. IoT is what you do on that visibility, what IoT would do. It's not necessarily what that tool is going to do. An RFID tag, passive or active tag, would provide you with that information, or you can feed that information on it. But that doesn't do enough. Eventually, what do you do with that information? What is your algorithm beyond the process that triggers based on that information is what IoT would do. Now, coming to the example that you mentioned about a logistics company, I could dive inside Safe Express's example to give you an angle. So for a good 20 plus years, we've been in the business of ensuring that every of our fleet is completely GPS enabled. So that provides us with visibility. All right, now what do we do with that visibility? I know where the truck is. That doesn't mean you as a client are aware where your package is or where your consignment is. So now what do I do with that visibility would be one element of the IoT that you're talking about. So what at SafeX, what we've done is we've integrated the consignments that you pick to the package level visibility within our hubs or warehouses, whatever you may call them. And then finally on the trucks. So should you actually go on a Safe Express's website, you will be able to tab in, a waybill number or a consignment note number, and the system will automatically track where the truck is, which carried that package and which basically constitute that waybill, and hence you will be able to track. But then that's not the IoT. The IoT of our operation is a couple of notches ahead of that, and which is, should there be a deviation in that tracking, then I intimate you as a customer saying, okay, this is when your consignment is going to reach instead of the earlier time or faster or later, whatever.
That is the action based on the IoT output.
On the information
Yeah,
that is
yeah.
processed through the system, and that's what it
Right,
does.
right.
And that further is integrated through EDI or through API to client systems, which they use to reprocess their further downstream ordering or downstream production in the case of, a manufacturing unit and so on and so forth. So the utilization of that input
Let me hold your attention. You mentioned an interesting point about trucks going, certain things happening and keeping the customers informed. But I'm picking up the earlier part of it, which is actually, as customers regularly face, that for some reason the truck is not reaching, the truck has gone here, there, whatever, right? Route deviation and things like that. After all, there is a lot of human dependence, right, with the drivers and all that, and we know how, despite being very hard-working segment, how it can be. Have you been using, from a technology perspective, to mitigate those challenges? Have you been using technologies like geofencing for your vehicles while it is on a certain route to, inculcate more discipline into your delivery execution?
For a moment, let me wear the hat of a transporter, represent the industry for a moment. And I'll tell you, we transporters have been given the credit of coming up with the wackiest of excuses, from flat tires to river overflows to buns to jams, and you can think of whatever. The number of the punctures that we've created could actually create an industry in themselves. So if you put that all in perspective, over the last decade or two, the distance from where we've traveled, in those days when only telephonically you could actually track these things. Now, post GPS, post information being on free flow and so on and so forth, these things are all dated now. Transparency is paramount. Information is freely available. Now, SIM-based tracking has come in. Vehicle monitoring systems are already there. So these are all dated now. Should an organization transparently work, progressively to provide that information, these things are now par for course as far as a conventional trucker is concerned. Whether that unit, that asset is owned by the organization or outsourced is now inconsequential, because you could actually track it in a variety of various other manners. Once again, the objective is not necessarily to simply get that transparency, is what you do with that transparency that matters.
Of course, it is like anything that, the data that you generate, data may be the bedrock, data may be the oil, but what you do with that data, right? It is the same perspective. But, talking about I would like to further pick on the point about, while keeping an eye on the clock, the point about geofencing, the new developments, like geofencing, like even drone delivery, which is basically a delivery method, largely IoT driven. So let me ask Mr.
Sorry, I'll just add to that point what you just mentioned about geofencing. Since you mentioned that to me, I'll just respond. So then I'll let Mr. Iyer add to it. Today, geofencing has come to a stage where not only the transshipment yards, wherever we transship, wherever all the hubs, wherever we cross dock materials are geofenced, but also client sites, and because of the easy availability of GPS-based tools, this is all available and possible. The IoT factor of that is, as soon as there is a deviation from a certain predetermined route, that is a factor of IoT that we were talking about. So as soon as, let's say if you're going to go Delhi to Mumbai, an entire geofenced route tells the system, okay, this is the geofenced route which your truck should be going. And should that trackable truck deviates more than an X number of kilometers, a trigger or an escalation, kind of beeps up. And that's what a part of IoT within the logistics trade of the transport trade actually functions. I'm sorry.
Yes, in your case, your neighborhood delivery, which I understand should be the bulk of your deliveries, 80 to 90%. Your long distance, outside the plant could be a little lesser. The trackability, right? The geofencing, etc. So certain delivery, which is, let's say, intended for Maruti, which which is located in the same premises as you, or you are located in the same premises as Maruti, versus one which is going to Honda, which is outside the plant. Are you using technologies like geofencing to differentiate that shouldn't go out what is supposed to be and confined in?
Let us first talk about what is happening within plant. That is more meaningful because many do not know. We normally deliver based on JIT basis. JIT means in 20 minutes time, every 2 hours, I have to supply to Maruti or X customer. So it is very clear that I have to meet the deadline on time. Otherwise, my truck, despite completing the manufacturing process, I cannot deliver it to the customer. So what is very important, ANPR based, automatic number plate recognition based integration will help us reducing the timeline to cross our factory to customer's factory. These are the certain small image based analysis we do, and then this is the vehicle which is allowed to come inside or allowed to go outside. So there is no time wastage as far vehicle movement is concerned. It is very clear. If it is going to a wrong gate, it will not open. It is going to the right gate, it will open. It is another way of doing a geofencing. A geofencing, for that we need GPS. But we do it in a different way because our route is fixed. Because most of the things are happening within plants, and the important thing is supplier truck is coming or a truck, anything coming inside, it should go within this many timeline. It has to go out. If it is not happening, it gets a trigger. So truck turnaround time is one of the very important factor for supply chain efficiency, which increases because we don't want to, we are responsible if any mishap happens within our factory for supplier truck also. So the chances of, so within plant is more crucial. Outside plant, we have many solutions available, which we are.
That's an interesting point you flagged actually, because, I remember sometime back, 15, 20 years back, the tracking of trucks, right? And given where they're going versus where they're supposed to go, that used to be a very challenging area. And it's good to know the way you have highlighted that how it is being mitigated by a combination of technology and process today to achieve much more efficiency in that. Well, the clock is ticking way too fast as it looks from here. But let me conclude with you, Vijay. Given that you are the technology provider and in the whole IoT-driven supply chain space, one very exciting development which is happening is drone delivery. Now, while these at one level are the fanciful stories, but on the real level, there are things happening. There is a company called Sky Air. They claim that they have already done more than 2,000 drone delivery flights. Have you come across such interesting cases? Tell us only the interesting ones and less than a minute.
I'll do a quick story about, not the story, just give you a small gist about, I wouldn't say about drone delivery, but about using drones as tracking. So one of our use cases in the Middle East is for an oil and gas customer. They have very large yards, actually. These yards could be as much as 20 square kilometers or perhaps even more. These yards house pipes that are used for rigging processes, for oil and drilling processes. Now, pipes could be of different sizes and dimensions and spread over this large, vast area. Previously, using traditional methods, they used to deploy people who could, for example, if I want to find a particular pipe with a particular dimension and a particular material, I would deploy people who were called as runners. Okay, that was the term that they used in the Middle East for people who could run around and tell you the location of these, but it would still take them 2 to 3 days to identify where that particular pipe was lying. So here was a case where they deployed drones with RFID readers mounted onto it, and each and every pipe had an RFID tag. And every day, twice, in the morning and during the evening shifts, they used to take a stock inventory and identify the location of those assets that are lying, which brought down the downtime was reduced from 2 or 3 days to something like a few seconds for them, because all that they wanted to do now is to register into the system, this is the pipe and this is the dimensions and this is the supplier. And they would exactly know the location where it is lying.
That's really interesting. That's really wonderful. You know, you're going where you could not reach before, right? With the drone. So while the discussion is wonderful, but we are completely out of time. If there are one or two audience questions, we should be able to take. I see a hand going up. Yes, please. In case you don't have a mic, you can try using your loud voice.
Well, I certainly believe we do have time for a quick question.
Hi, my name is Amrendra Kumar. I'm representing Roadcast. My question to Anil ji, so far we have discussing about IoT, but I'm making take you to the new paradigm shift, which is telematics. So I want to understand that fleet owners like you, or whether you have been outsourced, and if you look at internationally what is happening in Mercedes-Benz or Scania or even Volvo, why not we can adopt this, that okay, it's a real-time practice which is essential, not as a cosmetic solution.
Question for me?
Yeah.
Telematics.
Well, I'm not sure if I was supposed to take offense of that or not, but I tell you, brother, this is not a cosmetic solution. It's very much an accurate operation that we do. If I was to talk on behalf of the logistics sector, I'm not really sure how that can be a cosmetic solution. But nonetheless, if your interest is to know as to how exactly telematics in this nature works, we as an organization, each organization may have different way of using telematics as a deployed tool. In our case, logistics basically, is providing a slightly, what should I say, a tail end of the solution. As Vijay also mentioned, we can actually, to a level, only provide a fix to a larger vision that an organization or the principal will have. So you mentioned a couple of names. So in this case, since Mr. Iyer is on the panel, if JBM decides to have, a certain solution for their IoT, end-to-end IoT solution, organizations of the logistics world would simply be a fix within that solution. The ultimate utilization of IoT would be JBMs in this case. Independently, a logistics company would do very little of an end-to-end IoT solution because they're not the end user; they're the service providers of.
I hope that answers comprehensively, and thank you, everybody. I think we'll take rest of the questions offline. We're completely out of time, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, due to
Thank
the
you very
paucity
much.
of time, ladies and gentlemen, our panelists will be more than happy to take up your questions, but off record. Before I thank our panelists, may I please invite Mr. Vijay Kumar Vashisht, Associate Vice President, Safe Express, to kindly come up onto the stage and present a small token of appreciation to our panelists and moderator. Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you. Well, that was quite an immersive conversation. Quickly moving on to the next panel. The topic at hand for this particular panel discussion is robotization, the modern warehouse version 2.0. Allow me to introduce the panelists for this particular panel. Please put your hands together. Once again, joining us, Mr. Anil Syal, President, Safe Express. Please welcome Mr. Pramod Ghadge, co-founder and CEO, Unbox Robotics. Mr. Rajesh Kapse, CEO, Track On Courier Services. Mr. Shakti Chaube, AVP, Sales and Marketing Head, Godrej Corber. Shashadri PV, Executive Vice President, Reliance Retails. And of course, let's welcome the moderator for this particular session, Mr. Nataraj Subramanian, MD, Ibeck Consulting Group. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty sure we don't tax any sort of GST on a round of applause. Can we have a big round of applause for all our panelists? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Myself, Nataraj, honored to be part of this panel discussion. I lead MEBA Consulting, which is a supply chain advisory company. We have Anil representing a large Safe Express cargo company. We have Rajesh doing a similar job in the form of Track On. We have Sesh, who wears many hats. He has a past life as a 3PL operator, currently leading automation in Reliance Retail. We, of course, have Shakti representing Godrej Corber, one of the dominant emerging forces on the fixed automation side as we see it. Of course, Pramod sort of looks like an unfit for this panel. He probably was in diapers when we started work, leading the robotics revolution, which is what we are seeing in India as we speak. Thanks a lot, everyone, for making time for this conversation. Glad to be part of the same podium as you all. While the conversation is largely about robotics and how the warehousing in India is changing, I didn't want to shrink the entire conversation just to one part of automation possibilities, which is through robotics. We jointly decided to take a creative liberty in extending the robotics theme to cover all kinds of automation and try and discuss what we see as trends which we are seeing in India as a market direction, right? What I would want to do directionally, fellow panelists, is talk through 3, 4, 5 myths which are associated with automating Indian warehousing. One of the things, as let's say fellow practitioners, we have normally witnessed when someone considers automation, and if you see it from far, is see, we are such a large country. We have 130 crore people and fairly young crowd. Why can't we throw people in solving problems associated with operations? What is that problem which automation solves, which throwing people at it cannot solve? Right, is one of the things we start with when we start ideating automation solutions, right? There are people who have played an operator's role in the past and doing a strong operator's role today. Anil, maybe it will be a good idea to start with you. How do you see this? Why should anyone consider automation, and why will not throwing people at the problem be a right solve in a market like in India where people are plenty? Thank you.
It's actually something, this myth, of course, is exactly what it is. It's a myth. You know, it's, if I could use an analogy, which is possibly from a technology world, but a different world altogether. It's like saying software engineers are only supposed to be hired by IT company. Today, bankers, you know, you can actually see a Naukri.com, an ad on a Naukri.com, and you'll see a bank saying, I need a software engineer, a retail company saying, I need a software engineer, a logistic company saying, we need a software engineer. So that dogma of, you know, this fits that solution only is like old, and, you know, it does not really fit in that channel again. It's like asking a chartered accountant saying, okay, forever in life, you're only going to file returns. How's that supposed to be logical? The only way, you know, solutions around automation will work is when we actually accept what the end result of that solution is going to be. So if we simply start throwing people at that problem and saying, okay, because we have cheap labor, we have excess labor or too many people, let's stop automating and keep doing this, it possibly is the most imbecile of all solutions that will be possible. Automation, the best way of measuring what it has done for the country or otherwise for a larger economy, technology is a very good base case for India's economy, or a check on India's economy as to what it has done for us, whether it is in terms of software exports or whether it is in terms of its deployment in all sectors put together, whether it is financial services, retail, most importantly, logistics and supply chain management. Now, whether it is robotics or automation per se around that, it's actually not an issue of whether it should happen or not. It is only the issue of when it is supposed to happen and how much it will deliver for us.
And Sesh, given your past experience in 3PL and the fact that you straddle portfolios ranging from pharmacy to pharma to grocery to fashion to others, have you not felt throwing people at the problem to be India's way of solving for operational challenges we see in warehouse boxes? Why should we ever consider automation? I'm just trying to see what is the rationale for considering automation.
Thanks, Nata. See, for us, as Anil spoke about just now, it was the timing. And I still remember that, when I started serious supply chain activities, maybe around 15 years back, we always used to have heroes in our warehouses. I don't say people still not heroes. They've gone out of the stage, maybe status, but yeah. So that way, if you just look at that, dependency on the people and the overall mindset and thought process was absolutely different. If you need more throughput, you need to have more space. And if you need to have further more throughput, you need to have more inventory, etc. Today, everything is seen in a different perspective altogether. Right? There's a business risk associated with that. When you say business risk associated with that, it's all about our supply chain can contribute towards the risk, either in the form of mitigation or really adding to the risk. That's where your decision comes into picture today. We don't say that our people are not skilled. Trust me, I think the only phrases which I always used to tell people, we are heavily depending on something called BMS, that is brain management system. When WMS was just getting introduced, was one not unheard of at that point of time. So that is when we restarted, and we used to really praise and really used to reward those people who are quite acquainted with the specific activity in the warehouse. As the business started growing, as the economy started growing, as the industry started growing, as this scale came into picture, when the reliability became a very big question mark, scale and speed, when I said scale and speed and reliability become a question mark, because you need to rely on people who come every day consistently and deliver what is required for the business. That become a question mark. And then at the same time, as I also spoke about consistency, you produce, as when I talk about productivity, you produce something which consistently throughout 365 days. When these challenges have become quite great and started really posing a risk to the business, that's when the automation started coming into our mind. So it's not just about people capabilities. It's not about availability of people and skill and of course in abundance in India, but it's about these three factors. I said it's about scale, attaining the scale and achieving that speed, reliability and consistency. That becomes a very important parameter to discuss, along with the timing, which Anil just now talked about. At what time, when you need that automation. So it's very important, and it's not going to be an easy call.
I mean, both great points. I think you just don't start off thinking automation first. There could be a moment in your journey when automation is more feasible than otherwise. And at that particular scale, the speed and consistency will probably define your justifications for automation than anything else. Rajesh, you run a business which does 200,000 shipments a day. So I'm presuming you have the scale, which I think Satish and Anil are hinting at. Can you talk through how you see an automation justification decision directionally?
Yeah, so mainly in the express distribution business, if at all I have to talk on behalf of the logistics industry, automation is very, very essential. But it doesn't mean that we intend to replace people with robots. No. But if you look at, the pre-COVID and during COVID, we had a lot of issues in terms of, handlers, not available. And if you do not have the handlers in parcel business, who is going to deal with the parcel? But it doesn't mean that we can replace handlers with robots. And at the same time, in express distribution, on-time connection, then the reduction of the shortages, etc., then damages is very, very important, right? And at the same time, one can think about automation and going ahead with any automation project. It is very important for a company who is planning to, invest in automation to have a very comprehensive business use case. And that business use case will have what is the overall objective of, going ahead with this automation. That is number one. Number two, implementation approach. Three, if you ask me, do we have time motion study, like before implementation, after implementation, what are the desired results post implementation? And one should be looking at before and post implementation results, which would help you drive, in a way, automation effectively and enhance the customer experience.
All right, thank you. One of the things I think that is being underlined almost by everyone is scale, right? And whenever we travel outside India, one of the things that at least daunts me is facilities are 1 million square feet, 2 million square feet. Automation investments that have gone into are $30, $50 million, $60, $70 million. That's not the kind of automation interpretation mindset, SME-based economy, largely SME-based economy like India could possibly think of, is what at least my interpretation is. Shakti, Pramod, I would like to come to you and check, is this kind of automation only meant for companies at scale, which I think they talked about in the form of timing and complexity, or are there incremental fixes in automation, which you guys have done in your current life, which will apply to people who are not at that big scale, but still could bring in efficiencies and consistencies, which Sesh talked about in the earlier answer? Could one of you come in, please?
Yeah. Thanks, Nataraj. Hello, everyone. So if we really look at, I would say certainly not. It's not about the scale. See, automation is for, doesn't depend completely on the scale. If you have a scale, certainly you have an advantage to start with, but it is not necessarily that you can't automate if you don't have the scale. Now, I would say automation, someone who is currently using a manual or a conventional solution, and if they are experiencing a lot of challenge or complexity in their supply chain, and challenges such as, seamless flow of goods and information across the value chain. Now, that is something which is the first key driver when you should really look at, automation. Can automation really help you? Now, let's look just a few years back. Supply chain was just a back office function if you really look at it. Now, today it has become a strategic advantage for all the organizations. In fact, it has really become a mission critical. And in this scenario, when we have such a situation, what is happening is that the dynamics of supply chain is changing at a very rapid phase. So just to give you an example, like what is happening on one hand, you have to handle more products. You have to deal with more and more number of suppliers. You are fulfilling through more and more channels. And all this, while you're balancing this, on the other side, you have an ever demanding customer, who wants better convenience. They want more choice, faster speed of delivery, and eventually, of course, the best price. So this leads to a significant pressure on your entire supply chain. So what happens is that we, the warehouse or the distribution centers, they end up dealing with a lot of complexities. Now, if I have to really put up the key drivers, like you end up handling more number of SKUs, there is a significant pressure on price, pressure on, the speed of delivery. There's a pressure even on the financial front, such as working capital management. You also have to deal with a lot of customization, which also eventually leads to issues of traceability. So this is there. To add to it, when we really look at manual systems, you have labor challenges, in terms of typically, there could be a shortage of labor, means non-availability, unreliability, which is just, touch upon consistently doing the same thing again and again, which is humanly impossible. And secondly, it's not only just a manual labor, you also need a very different skill set. So that lack of skill set or continuous training is a big challenge. And you have to abide, please.
Shakti, things you talked about, even though if you don't have scale directionally.
Yeah.
If there is a contextual complexity in the way business is emerging, you still think directionally there could be automation fixes which could make sense, right?
Absolutely, because the customer today is spoiled for choices. See,
Pramod, do you want to come in and say what has been your experience?
Yeah.
Have you worked with companies of smaller scale where you have done some incremental automation which still creates efficiencies within the box?
Yeah, thanks, Nataraj. So what we have seen here, or I have been observing, is companies from small to big, let's say, scales, depending on how many packages they handle per hour or per day. People are looking at maintaining, let's say, coming up with the hygienic process, more accurate or reliable processes, increasing their personal productivity, how many people they deploy. They want to produce more and more per person per hour. So people have started thinking about it from very, very small scale. They might start with, let's say, maybe 20 robots to start with, but they will ramp it up maybe to from 20 to 50 by the time maybe next year Diwali comes in. Because of the lot of, let's say, innovation and advancement of technologies happened in the last 10 years, from China, and even in India, we have seen that. Automation has become possible, like it is now becoming possible to deploy a modular, a minimalistic automation, which can give you ROI even in India, we see less than 2 to 3 years of payback. And for robotics as a service, which we also provide, you can get the payback from month one. So that notion of, let's say, putting millions of dollars, $50 million, $40 million, and then doing automation is not the only way. Now you can even invest few crore rupees or 1 or 2 crore rupees and still have 1 2 years of payback period. So so that has become possible because of of course, e-commerce and the retail sector is growing. Second thing is the automation is now becoming much more affordable and much more possible to deploy in a greenfield, not just in greenfield, but also in brownfield projects where your actual operations are happening. And besides that, you can still deploy automation without really disturbing the existing workflow.
And you touched upon an important point in this, Pramod. You underlined it more than once on the payback aspects of it, right? Now, as practitioners on the advisory side, one big hurdle most often we fail to cross when we take the automation check to the finance team represented by CFO is this number isn't attractive enough for me to cut a check, right? While we are seeing a huge, call it interest, call it noise, from an inquiry standpoint on automation side, finally, when it comes to rubber meeting the road, right? We are not seeing far too many ideations which have happened on automation, eventually translating into a installation. I'm sure Anil, Sesh, still where that, is it paying back sufficiently, right? Before they really say that this site is really going to be a site which is going to be automated. It'll be great to hear their views on how do they deal with these kind of questions from the CFO community. What kind of payback should we consider as a right payback when we sort of see it in the larger context of trying to get in automation to warehouses? Is it a one-dimension payback number, or are there different viewpoints you generally build with the CFO community to justify automation in a block time?
Yeah, please. So you actually ended this question perfectly right. Usually the justification is not a single dimensional answer. It's a multi-dimensional answer. As soon as we limit our response to a single dimension payback period, then actually you actually unwound it completely. So in my view, the second or the third dimension could actually add to this much better, and that is the value that it is driving. So it simply is not necessarily the payback alone, which will be one argument. Value that it is driving and the efficiency that it is, the third dimension could be the efficiency that it is driving into the system. Because eventually what is the scale that one is dreaming of, or what is the scale is one aiming for, would be the denominator to be able to achieve something of this nature. So value and efficiency are the two other elements. Once you add that, the payback will automatically start falling in place.
Is there a particular number, Anil, though we don't want to generalize it for everyone, which Indian CFO community tends to accept as an acceptable number before they pass the check? Is there any experience you have?
So,
is it 3 years, 5 years, 2 years?
So,
5 years, 10 years?
see, the difference is if you consider a logistics I will give you my answer. I think Mr. Shishadri will give you the answer from a little different perspective. But from a service provider perspective, the answer lies not with us, but with the user. So as I was mentioning in the earlier session, as a service provider, we provide these or we incorporate these automation processes to eventually deliver a certain solution. So that solution could be value driven and efficiency driven. And then there's an X delta on which, this walk back period or the calculation will trigger on. Eventually, effectively, it will be the end user who will determine the customer. In our case, because we are a service provider, so in our case, the customer will be determining whether this is a 3-year or a 4-year or a 5-year. Of course, almost always, the longer the better. That's the ultimate solution. Because this, or rather sooner in case the shorter in case of the rollback is concerned. But the stretch, it will only happen once they stretch the engagement longer, and that's how it will actually start flowing back. But in our case, we focus more on value and efficiency while putting this in perspective. So I wouldn't be able to give you an answer because it's not tech. Whenever we are doing this automation process for our own organizational efficiency standpoint, then yes, that answer comes in play. And in that case, it becomes more an operational question than because we are an user in those cases. But because we are talking about a broader supply chain fix, so in this case, actually the answer, I think the best person would be Shesh to answer because he's actually
I'll come to Shesh last, but I would want to go to Rajesh because he's the guy who is the CEO who can decide whether he wants to automate or not, right?
Yeah,
so he wears an operator's hat where he feels there is an automation, and he also has to wear a CEO hat where he can decide against automation. How do you take this decision, Rajesh?
So like, let me just quickly introduce. So I am a technocrat turned executive. So I understand the technology at the same time, when it comes to capital expenditure, operating expenditure, etc. So any automation, that you should be looking at, as I said, we must have a comprehensive business use case. And automation projects should have ROI projection. ROI, could be like for 6 months, 1 year, 3 years, etc., etc. And that ROI should be linked to a particular business use case. So let me just talk about and give and answer your question very straightforward. So how do we try and quantify the results that we envisaged, let's say, before implementation, and then post implementation? Can we see exactly what we wanted to achieve? Have we achieved, right? Then how do you try and do that? Like Anil rightly, touched upon, like enhancing the value, customer.
I'll just want to come in here, Rajesh. One of the pushbacks we have received is the finance guys don't understand English. They understand only numbers. So I can say efficiency, value. He'll finally say, give me a number.
I'll answer.
How do you deal with this?
I'll answer that question. So let's talk about, in this express distribution, we deal with the parcel. So when we talk about parcels, two components. One is dense and the other is volume, which is the LBH. So in express distribution business, it is next to impossible for any player to capture the LBH of each and every box that we move across the network. It is next to impossible. And it is again a fragmented network. In the fragmented network, you deal with dense volume, number one. Number two, you have different sources of the pickups. You pick up from the franchisees with your business associates, at the same time, your direct customers who are transacting with you. Now, one very strong use case, how do we try and safeguard our revenue? So when we try and safeguard the revenue, can we not try and implement the profiler, which is weight profiler, which will basically tell you what is the actual weight of the shipment versus booking weight, and that can give you delta. Okay, in a particular day, in 24 hours, you have a gap of 2.5 ton. Then look at the RPK, revenue per kg, that we call it. Try and, if you try and, in a way safeguard 50% of it, which can directly hit your bottom line.
What has been your experience? The message I am getting is no one wants to leave a number. I'm only hoping that you will be able to help us in giving a number.
See, Nata, it's more than, it's beyond numbers. If it is left to CFOs, trust me, none of your project would actually come up. Because in India at this point of time, unfortunately, unless Pramod and people like him comes up with kind of, solutions where ROI per se, for the large scale of, setup would really get justified. Otherwise, even today, it's quite challenging. But as
Even
Anil
at your scale?
absolutely, it's even at our scale, right? Because most of the equipments are quite complex at this point of time, and most of them are, at least to some extent, it is not made in India at this point of time. To that scale, to that precision, it's difficult. So that's the reason the number goes a bit high. And as Anil said, it's multidimensional. You can't just wait on one number, which is your return on investment. And also it is, as I said, it should not be left to a CFO. Of course, an opinion is definitely required, not to offend any CFOs here. Definitely an opinion is definitely required, but ultimately it should be left to an entrepreneur or maybe promoter to a great extent, because they are visionaries. They're able to see a short gain and the long-term gain, which is very clearly visible through the plans which you are anyway going to present. Of course, it should be convincing. It's important. And again, lastly, very importantly, it depends, what type of consumer you are as far as the technology is concerned. There's one service which we just now talked about, you're rendering it as a service or you're consuming it as an end user. It matters a lot. That gives you a lot of leeway and also a little flexibility in terms of, taking decision. If I'm service render, definitely I'll go in for an ROI and ROCE gets into, and when I'm actually an user, I will only look at an incremental cost, which is going to go on automation. Otherwise, I would have anyway set up a distribution center, right? I would go on incremental cost and try to see that, how my ROI really works out. So it's a different, still I'm not given you a number, but I'm not going to give you a number. But if you still insist, it anyway ranges from, as I said, it anyway ranges from 3.5 years, 4 years to 6 years, 7 years, depends on the scale and which you want to operate this. It is not easy, but people like us, people like, a lot of people here and CEOs here, people like us who drive the business and wants to see it through the kind of, vision which has been, set out, laid out. We should put up a case which it's generally accepted wholeheartedly. So
before I move on to the last part of our discussion, because both of you mentioned that if you're service providers, eventually you need to see whether the end customer can somewhere pay for that service, right? Now, you have done a decade back one of the largest automation Indian 3PL industry has ever seen, and he might be considering or already doing investments. For a moment, let's say that there is a real payback challenge we all have to find a way to circumvent. If at all that short-term costs or costs which business needs to incur, have you had experiences where you were able to pass on some of that cost in terms of pricing to your end consumers? Somewhere talking through things like damage reduction, returns, and other things which Rajesh talked about as a value going back to even your customer ecosystem, or the market is a little bit rigid when it comes to pricing still, Anil Sesh?
Yeah, so Nata, at the end of the day, it's a solution what it actually matters. The incremental benefit which is expected to come out of it. As you said, the certain things definitely can be quantified. Certain things definitely, can only be envisaged, but quantifying is over a period of time it takes. because that experience at that point of time matters. Because down the line, 2 or 3 years sitting over here today, probably because the situation is so dynamic these days. Customer is willing to pay, because my experience, which actually goes in my previous avatar, which we did put up a very large, fully automated distribution center. Probably maybe one of the only, probably one, even in my current avatar also, I have not seen the kind of distribution center. The decision was purely based on, in case if you have to achieve these objective is that, a spend, number one, consistency, reliability, very important. At the same time, the business side of, losses, the business side of, benefits are seen differently. For example, if you have to achieve the same scale, if you have to achieve the same consistency in service, what does it really require? You'll have to put up another distribution center. You'll have to put up another distribution center. You are anyway multiplying with an inventory which you already have. That itself, maybe let's assume that your sell-through is 90%. With that, if you're multiplying a distribution center and multiplying inventory, the cost at which the overall business expected to run is pretty high. That only an entrepreneur can actually see. A promoter can actually see. That's a very important angle which actually bring in. If you're able to bring in your proposal, any customer would be able to pay for that. So it's very important to put up a case.
I'll give you a completely contrary answer. I'm sorry, but when I'm speaking,
just the conversation.
No, I'll see. He brought in a concept from his 3PL, days. Now consider this from a transporter's standpoint, an express service standpoint. Almost never have I ever been able to pass on any of my automation expenses or investment onto a customer, for multiple reasons. One critical reason here is that as a sector, logistic or distribution sector is a very, very open, is a truest example of open market economy. We compete in an environment which is extremely fragmented. We compete in an environment which is completely disruptive in its own manner, but most importantly, it is very fragmented and very unregulated. So it finds its own level because we are not, despite the fact that we are industry leaders in our own way, but we are competing with every small and medium enterprise also who's competing in the same fashion. So in the costing standpoint, transportation, cargo, express, courier, none of us would ever be able to pass on these automation advantages directly to the customer in the cost per kilo or a cost per consignment. Having said that, actually, I kind of circle back to my original point. The automation, ROI, so to speak, will only, in our case, when we are implementing it as a service provider frontier, will only work when we add that value perspective or the efficiency perspective. And therein lies that point that Shishad mentioned about, the CEO's vision or the organizational vision, if I can call it that, because it's quite often beyond that. But so an organizational vision and where do you want to be?
We might have to slightly take a longish term view.
Exactly. So so just a small example to that is, 3 years back, Safe Express was handling close to approximately about, I think, close to about 1 million packages a month. And we've quadrupled that now within the matter of last 3 years alone. Had that automation investment not been done at that point in time, this would not have been able to handle. So that capability development is not transferred to a client's per kilo cost. It's the efficiency driver that has
At
changed
that scale, again, your cost per kilo would have come down.
That's a different issue altogether.
Somewhere, I think.
Don't say that loud, please.
No, that's the fact. In a way, I mean,
people continuously, keep why people not coming back in spite of.
We can definitely pass on the cost benefit to customer and then work on the pricing model, because because Express, it's a network, right, that you run. And the more and more you optimize the network, you get more value out of it. And which in fact would help us reduce the operating cost. And when you reduce your operating cost, you will try and basically give that benefit to your customers and become a competitive player in the market who will deliver the service consistently, and also, play a vital role when it comes to the overall supply chain and the GDP. Today, if you have got limited players in the market, at the same time, it's not like customers will pay for our automation. We invest in automation basically to give cost benefit to customers. At the same time, you should make money as a company. If you do not make money, you cannot invest. And if
We
you
could be at the top of the hour, Rajesh. I just want to give a chance for all of us to opine on two questions I directionally have. Let's go around the table and just call out one or two things which I'm going to ask on two relevant questions. Maybe we'll start with Anil on this side. One critical success factor which you think will ensure automation project delivery success, Anil. And second, as a watcher of technology, if you have to bet on a technology that is suitable to, let's say, transport station kind of setup, is there a technology you will bet on now for your company? So what's the one single critical success factor you can call out? Is there a technology you are closely watching to solve your problems?
First question, first part of that question, when you mentioned this is, so I think the most important innovations that are automation side innovations that are coming in, if I was to remain biased on a logistics or a transportation logistics or express cargo logistics standpoint, would typically be material handling. So the faster we are able, the sophisticated turnaround or handling we can do, the better. So that's clearly. So MHE or material handling per se is something that will be the go-to investment. The other part is what I'm closely watching. When I entered logistics business about 25, 27 years back, at least one thing my bosses or whoever guided me through this told me was, no matter how many innovations come through, there was a fax machine at that time, an email came and disrupted that. There was some other solution, something else disrupted that. So there's very limited possibility of, a box being fed into Delhi and it'll come out of Bombay or something like that. That is not going to happen. But then the only thing I'm closely watching is a 3D printer which has come in. Now, all of a sudden, there's a possibility that, you instead of shipping your goods, you'll send in a design and it'll get printed there. And my job is in.
You're watching 3D printing directly. Sesh, from a critical success factor standpoint, given the fact that you're considering large automation, is there one thing you can call out before we pass it on?
Very short, Nata. See, today's most of the automation, what we have is quite rigid systems, right? So we are looking for something which is more flexible, and definitely Pramod can discuss about robotic solution, which is available. Probably that is actually seen as a very flexible solution. And we need to look for more flexible solutions right now, because, largely in our current solution setup, many of them are quite rigid. And second, very importantly, is that, being part of the retail, business, I would still say that, we are not able to actually bring in a good automation solution for F&V section, fruits and vegetable, fresh I'm talking about. I think somewhere the subsies and fruits today are actually seen, and the way it comes in up and the way it goes up, and you do some kind of grading, sorting and packing, and nothing beyond that. I think something which more in terms of adding value, I think that's where in India I'm talking about, not abroad. I think that's where we are not able to do much on that. That's something which I am looking at this point of time. But still, you're able to service in the window which is available to you, because fresh has a very limited window. Also, generally in India we don't, cold storage, because we want to consume more fresh.
Shakti, for F&B automation, you have answers.
Yeah, very much.
Is there a technology you think will reshape our automation robotics journey in India?
So Nataraj, really to pinpoint answer that question, I will have to do a crystal ball gazing, because technology is something which is going to continuously advance and amaze us. But one of the things which Shesh rightly mentioned is that we are going to see miniaturization in technology. So robot, small, what is there, what can we make in India to keep the cost lower? The technology being good, but making it in India. But another area to add to it, I would see that intelligent automation technology or augmented automation is something which is going to play, like artificial intelligence and machine learning coupled with human being, so that you can improve upon the cognitive performance. by their combination. The
Pramod, your
last
views?
big, yeah,
Your views?
So we can link it to the changing consumer behavior. People are becoming like the end user, the consumer is becoming more impatient. Even the tier 2, tier 3 town consumers are demanding faster SLAs or faster speeds. That kind of is resulting into smaller warehouses getting opened up across the country. For example, if you look at India, so you need an automation, which I see that plug and play, compact automation systems, which can be scaled up, scaled down rapidly. That is the future I see, and that is the trend we have seen in other geographies as well, not just in India, because now people are actually increasing the e-commerce market, right? Like we are at a 4% market penetration, I guess, in terms of e-commerce. China is at 25%. So yeah, so yeah, we see plug and play and flexible compact automation to be the future. Yeah.
Yeah, so quickly, I will not take much time. So when it comes to mechanization, and there are many solutions available. And the very like the question you asked, critical success factor here is what is the problem that you're trying to solve? Okay, and by solving that problem, how do we try and basically pass on the benefit to your customers and also to your P&L? Very simple.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for your views on certain myths which we discussed, which is India ever going to get automated? Looks like there are other considerations beyond our low wage rate, like scale, sustainability, and speed. We also talked about the critical success factors, which could be directionally about thinking through what problem are we assigned to solve, and are we going about it in the most efficient manner. Technologies veering towards micro fulfillment, nano fulfillment seem to be the technologies which might take off in a big way, are the big takeaways I've had. Thanks everyone for your views, and I'm glad we were part on the same podium together. Thanks a lot.
Well, there is one quick thing that I'd like to point out, and I believe my audience here will agree. Not only our panelists are maestros in their field, but also excel in the art of oration. Thank you very much for such an informative session. Thank you very much. And with the same, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to request Mr. Anil Syal, President, Safe Express, to kindly present the token of appreciation to all our panelists. Must I encourage everyone to come up front so that we can commemorate this moment with pictures? And also, ladies and gentlemen, on the other hand, let me remind you all of a revolutionary product that hit the market about a decade ago. The product is known as headphones, earphones. Must I encourage, if you have any important task at hand that needs to be handled at that particular moment, I must encourage you to use your headphones. And can I please request Mr. Uday to kindly join us on the stage to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Syal. And before I move on to the topic of the next panel discussion, encouraging our audience to kindly put their mobile phones on silent mode. Well, the topic at hand for the next panel discussion is organizing India's supply chains, role of telematics and IoT in driving supply chain efficiencies. Allow me to introduce our panelists. Please put your hands together for Mr. Alok Agrawal, Managing Partner, The Growth Labs, Member, Prasar, Bharat Board and Innovation Evangelist, MG Motor India. Can we have a round of applause for the gentleman? Please welcome Mr. Amit Shekhar, Founder and CEO, Bytech. Let's welcome Mr. Ankur Dhawan, AVP, Enterprise Sales, Edichik IO. Please welcome Mr. Bharat Bhushan, Head CV Strategy and Digital Initiative, Commercial Vehicle Business, Tata Motors. And let's give a warm welcome to our moderator for this particular session. Please welcome Mr. Vikram Janaki Raman, Managing Director and Partner, Boston Consulting Group, India.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's a wonder to be great to be here today with such an esteemed group of, I would say, friends and panelists. Let me maybe just start by setting context for what we want to talk about. Look, supply chain is the lifeblood of any economy, right? And India is perhaps the fastest growing large economies in the world today. That said, our supply chain efficiency is not where it should be. All of you are practitioners in the room, and I don't think this will fall on deaf ears. What's interesting is a bunch of things have happened in the last few years, which have set a good foundation for us to become far more efficient. I think starting with GST, which made India one integrated market, we're already seeing signs of people changing their network to make it more economically efficient, not just tax efficient. Then there are many other changes like the advent of BS6, so much better vehicles on the road. Different partners have become much more digitally aware. The penetration of mobile phones is much higher. Today, any driver, any train conductor, anybody in any warehouse is fully connected, right? So we can use all of that. So there are many changes that are happening. Payments have become so much more digital and integrated. Now, to deliver benefits from all of this, it's important to be able to integrate all the partners in the supply chain. And look, supply chains are vast and have many partners that have to come together, right from raw material suppliers to tier 2, tier 1 vendors, to manufacturers, to service providers, to logistics companies, to warehouse companies, all the way up to the end consumer. And in India, we also have a very large amount of our economy driven by MSMEs, as we all know, right? So the fragmentation of the number of partners that have to come together to make supply chain efficient is quite large. I would argue much larger than many other large economies. Right now, in this context, we want to talk as a panel about what's the role of telematics and IoT. What I'm going to do is maybe spend about 20-25 minutes talking to the panelists about 2 or 3 topics. One is a quick demystification of what is telematics and IoT and what kind of data does it allow us to capture. 2 is what use can this data actually be? And look, maybe we are not recognizing and realizing all of it today, but what's the art of the possible and how does it add value to participants? And 3rd is talk a little bit about the challenges of now doing this at scale to really drive India's supply chains into a very different level of efficiency and effectiveness. So maybe I'll start by calling on Bharat, right, to talk a little bit about, when we say telematics, when we say IoT, what does it actually mean? And how does it allow us to actually just get a lot more data, which allows supply chains to be more informed?
Yeah, thanks, Vikram. When we talk about telematics, IoT, data, so we can always look at 3 levels, right? One is obviously data which is coming from the asset itself. Whichever the asset might be an asset and the cargo both, right? So whether it is the cargo data or it is asset data is one set of data points which is coming, and I'll detail out what I mean by the data. Second is obviously the data which is getting generated in the chain itself as a transaction data, right? Which happens throughout the supply chain when the goods are being moved from one place to other, right? And the third data point, which is also there on 3rd layer, which is the finance and the insurance and all of this data point, which is there on the 3rd layer, right? So there are 3 data points which we're talking about, and if you go deeper in asset layer, there are 2 data points there also, or multiple data points rather. One is the data which is location data, which is very simple, which is ubiquitous, everywhere is there. And so one data point which is very general is location data point, which is lat long, which we generally call it, right? Second data point which is important, which is data which is coming from the cargo track itself. So the asset track, cargo track, both are there. The third data point which is coming is the data coming from the asset itself, which is how the asset is being used. like data coming from the CAN, which is the sensors on the vehicle, the engine data, the OBD data. And beyond that, also there are data points which are coming from the other pieces on the vehicle itself, right? Which will have different connotations, right? So these data points are something which are combination of geolocation, the telematics, and then we talk about IoT, the sensor data, performance data. All of these data points are something gets generated. Now the question is how does the data help? We'll discuss that.
We'll come to that in a
yes.
minute. So maybe Ankur, given that your firm also integrates supply chain partners, right, and enables those transactions, can you tell the group a little bit about what kind of data are we talking about and what enables it?
Yeah, so thanks, Vikram. So data which we captures are for the, as just mentioned, from like we capture the coordinates and the speed and time is the basic thing which you capture through GPS. But on top of that, we try to provide to the both the fleet owners as well as to the shippers that how they can increase the utilization of the vehicle, and if the for the shippers how they can basically move their shipment faster. So we provide them those lots of analytics that what was the past trend, how much the vehicle utilization for the particular location, what's the route performance, and all those things. So on the basis of that, they basically able to increase the utilization for those as a ship as well as transporters.
Yeah. So maybe I'll add to that, Bharat. I think when you're talking about the transaction layer, I think simply it's just easy to think of it as right from somebody placing an indent to the order being raised, to goods being allocated against the order, to a truck being assigned or a vehicle being assigned, to the warehouse being told where to pick up the goods from. These are all transactions, right, that need to actually happen. And all this actually provides you a lot of information, which I think the second level of data that I was talking about. And look, on top of this, there is also a financial services layer. I want to quickly get to the next point about really what you do with all of this. But there are a lot of financial services that go along the supply chain, right? About group financing, insurance, and so on and so forth. That to me is the third level of data. But now moving on from data, maybe I'll call on Amit. It'll be interesting to talk a little bit about what is the art of possible when we have all this data around the entire supply chain. Now I know we are not there yet, but if we imagine a future when we have all this information, all this data available, right, end to end in the supply chain, what kind of value can it really unlock?
Okay. Thanks, Vikram. So the value that can be unlocked here will depend on where you are in the supply chain. Okay. There are multiple layers in the supply chain, if you will. For instance, when you're talking about manufacturers and their tier ones and their tier two, right? So that's one part of the supply chain. Then you've got manufacturing to retailers. That's another part of the supply chain. And then you've got the logistics supply chain where you have the transportation optimization and management, right? And finally, you have the consumer side. So there are these value based on what part of the supply chain you are. Also within that, whether you are on the first leg, which is the first mile, versus the second mile, which is the transportation logistics, and the third mile. So they're different sets, and that is where it is. It could, for instance, it could be for when you're talking about the data that these two guys are talking about getting captured. It's what drives the value for each individual person or logistics. For me, it may not be location. Let's say I have a fleet of 10, right? For me, it could be the savings on the operating cost, right? For me, it could be the pilferage. Can that data provide that or not? That's the value, right? It could also be I'm a fleet of 100 trucks and I'm waiting to unload my goods. Can I get information ahead in advance what time I have to reach so that I can schedule it? That's a kind of information. So there are different information sets, that you need.
So I agree with what the other panelists have also said. So telematics, in essence, is it starts from the fact that we need to capture data, which otherwise is not available, and then the next level will be to have a connectivity solution to be able to relay that data to a central database. Then finally, we will talk about the database-based solutions, how to integrate various data, and then decision making on top of that. But I think one of the things I want to add is that we should not, we end up mostly talking about all these solutions for the large logistics problems, which is, for example, trucking or railways or ports, etc. But we should also not miss out the first mile and last mile. So, for example, a small manufacturer or a farmer, when they're bringing in their goods, there is a lot of inefficiency in that system while the logistics is happening. Or when we take the last mile distribution, from the warehouse, it's distributed via small commercial vehicles, or in India, even on cycles and so on. And the large distribution companies have made a big virtue of that. But there are inefficiencies in these systems as well. And there is possibility of bringing in solutions, telematics-based solutions, which could even be enabled through your mobile phone. You don't necessarily need a separate
But
device.
could you folks maybe explain what you mean through an example for the audience? Like perhaps the story you were telling me just before this, right? About how the PDS system got.
Yeah, so this is a very interesting story, which the UP government first initiated, and I believe a lot of private enterprises and other state governments are trying to replicate, which is on the public distribution system, distribution of rations. We have traditionally heard there is a lot of pilferage and mixing and so on. So 10 tons of goods would leave the warehouse, which the government is paid for, and only 5 tons or even 3 tons is given out to the beneficiaries, and everything else is stolen away. So what the government did was they had a focus on 3 elements. First, they said tracking. I want a tracker, GPS tracker on every vehicle which leaves. 2, a central dashboard where all the vehicles are monitored, and somebody is monitoring them 24/7 to see if a truck is stopped for more than their designated time slot, then they get an immediate call saying what happened. And the third is, just before the vehicle is supposed to arrive, the beneficiaries in that location get an SMS alert saying your goods are going to arrive, please come and collect them between so and so time slot. And finally, everybody has been now issued, I don't know if people know, but the new ration card is chip enabled. So you can't double take and so on, right? So the combination of these things have ensured that 100% distribution, or almost 100% distribution of what benefits the government was sending out is reaching the end consumer. So
no, I find a very interesting point that comes out of what you just said. All the data sources that you're talking about are not really complex. They're not like OBD and CanPort, right? But this is an instance where somebody has managed to stitch them all together to really then extract the right value, which in this instance is preventing leakages in all the handovers, right? It'd be interesting to hear from your examples, right? As you serve supply chain participants, are there other such stories? What are the kind of improvements that you're seeing companies realize?
Yes. So just to take one example. So 2 years back, we had a meeting with one of the top cement manufacturers in India. So they had the issues that they are bringing the coal from ports and the mines, and the coal which they're bringing are for the Indonesian, US, and Canadian coal. So they are facing the issues that for the inbound tracking during the shipment, the coal theft and pilferage are there. They ever do this because this coal plant basically transport during the open body truck. So they just leave the tarpaulin, taking out the conventional seals, and taking the coal back to the plants, and the security guards just check the seals are there or not, the plastic seals are there. So they are saying that close to 100 crore of loss they are having in the financial year. So we approached to them and we proposed a solution that we would like to provide you the telematics GPS-based tracking solution, where for each and every trip, we just give you the risk level as a high, medium, and low risk. We just set the parameters that these are the lead distance, lead time, and the route. So if any deviation in the lead time, lead distance, and the route, we generate some scores in the back end. And once the truck reaches at the plant location, in the real time, we just trigger the alerts to the security and the logistics person that this truck has certain deviations, and this truck falls into the high risk. So one solution is that. And parallelly, we propose them the one more solution, which is the digital sealing solution, which is the RFID and the barcode seals. Because every seal, this RFID and barcode seals are a unique number. So driver cannot duplicate the seals during the in-transit. They cannot, if they want to lift the tarpaulin, they need to cut the seals. So with that, we are able to reduce the theft and pilferages for more than 90-95%. And right now, we are providing 50,000 coal movement for Pan India for cement steel giants in India.
You want to add a quick example, maybe?
Yeah.
Really quick.
Vikram, that two where I was discussing, right? One is information is there, but what are we solving for? And for many customers, like for our customers, there are two levels of inefficiency which we talked about, right? One is your asset inefficiency or asset utilization or asset efficiency, and the second is chain efficiency, which we were talking about. Now both have use cases, and what we have looked at as an OEM, we have been able to solve both, right? And give you perspective, fuel is the largest contributor of in their operating cost of any transporter, right? Whether it is any of the modes we talk about, right? And in that case, with telematics data, and now when I say telematics data itself is one piece. But apart from that, the data on driving behavior, data on engine parameters and vehicle parameters, and we did our algorithms which were able to reduce or improve fuel consumption or fuel efficiency of the vehicle in the range 5 to 15%, which is huge, right? Depending on what is starting position of the transporter. So one particular transporter was able to improve it by 15%, which is huge. So the important part is what are the use cases we are looking at? Use cases can be combination of different parameters, cannot be one silo, and that's where the challenge is. That's where the efficiency of this entire chain is. That how do we bring the data together, that the insight and hence call to action is given. This is good. This is what we are doing, and this is what I think will help both asset and chain efficiency.
So there can be many use cases that are about leakage, about value creation for every participant.
Yes, yes.
But the issue is really not just about having the data, but what do you then do with it? And it could also be bringing multiple sources of data together to actually generate the right insight and right action.
Yes.
People to create that.
Correct.
So good. So with that, let's move to the third question, and then I'll open it up for questions from the audience. Look, many of the technologies we're talking about have been around for ages, right? The GPS has been around for ages. I know 10 years ago, my plans used to think about GPS. Mobile phones are ubiquitous. You know, I would argue, Bharat, even though BS6 is still only 3 years old, it is 3 years old, right? So there has been a fair amount of data that the truck already has been generating for a while. ERPs have been around for a long time. Why haven't we seen the required benefits, all these use cases that we are talking about? Why have we not been able to really see the value actually accrue to participants? What's the issue, and what can we do to solve it?
So this is my favorite part, actually. Okay. So yeah, we've talked about a lot of telematics stuff, and we've got data, and then we do provide efficiency based on the value and stuff like that. But I think that's not the problem. Okay. I think the whole supply chain and the logistics sector, for instance, right? It's a small part of the bigger supply chain, right? Is disorganized, right? And it's not, what data you collect. It also calls for education of the logistics guys. There has to be, and when you're talking about, the pickup and the drop, okay, it's generally for big guys, and they are looking at a different data attribute set of data, which is what is part of the supply chain. That needs to be brought in through the logistics and the telematics as well, so that it's a standard set of attributes that follows through. Again, remember, most of these guys have integrated their solutions with the ERP system. So we need to tie the data to the ERP system. That's where it is. There are a lot, so if you look at the 70% of the logistics sector, and again, logistics is one part. There is we talked about the first mile, the last mile, the train, right? Everything has to be brought in together from a data perspective, and that is not there. I think it's time we go to a data-driven supply chain, which is not happening there. Is
Right.
where it should.
But Bharat, let me ask you one question. Tata Motors obviously has Fleet Edge, and many of us are aware of. But you've had a fleet solution for a while. What has the uptake actually been? And why has it been, not as much as you would like it to be? What do you think the challenges are?
There are two challenges, right? One is, yes, the use cases have to start making sense to customers, right? And the chain users, right? And the use cases have, and the use cases which were there earlier were very discrete or very siloed, right? Now that with a lot of integration happening, we are seeing multiple use cases coming together to build a larger use case now, right? So that this has been one of the challenges, right? And the second challenge has been the willingness to pay in the customers, because since they are not seeing the value, they are not willing to pay for that, right? And hence, what as an OEM, what we are looking at, like so for BS6, our uptake is almost 100%. All the vehicles are coming with telematics unit, right? So now we are seeing a two-way push and pull both, right? Customers and the chain itself is asking for now the solution where, because they're seeing benefit, and there is a use case for all stakeholders in the chain. Second is OEMs are also pushing it, because OEMs are also going to benefit from that data which is coming from the vehicle, because that helps design vehicle better, understand customer better, and hence improve the valued solutions which goes to customer. So there is push going to come from both OEMs and also from the chain stakeholders. But it was not there because the solutions were, use cases were very discrete, very basic, which was not making sense to customer. Now the use cases are making lot more sense, and hence going forward, we'll see a higher uptake, maybe more than 50-60% at least. As of now, the entire park connected vehicle would be 7 to 8% as of now, which I think in next 5 years, we should be able to see anything between 50 to 60% being there. That's how it will move.
So you're saying the ability to actually take that data and generate enough value.
Insight and a call to action, yes.
And with the right call to action is what will actually spur demand and then spur uptake, right? Yes, please go ahead.
So you're absolutely right. So we have a use case where based on this was OBD based data, okay? And we were able to not only get the driving behavior, but also the fuel consumption and the trending on the fuel consumption by the routes. Okay? And also we use that using ML, machine learning, to predict the maintenance as well. So there was a predictive calendar that was published on a real-time basis. It was adopted by the company, and looking at what the target KMP is going to be for the routes, what the target driver behavior is going to be. Everything was put in place. Taking that whole thing and converting into a training program for the drivers, we were able to save almost like $6 million in about 2 years' time. And that's a huge savings. Okay? Right. And that's a good optimization from a fleet perspective, okay, logistics perspective. But again, it's the inefficiency on the other side, which also leads to a lot.
But can I now be a bit provocative? Like both your examples, while good, and I resonate with the idea of value and then having people to pay, are examples where I'm taking, so there is my asset, you're taking my data and you're using it to make my asset more efficient, right? I'd argue this perhaps is happening quite a lot anyway, right? Bigger companies are anyway trying to invest time and effort in trying to improve their own efficiencies. When we talk about the supply chain, it's also about your data, helping me improve my operation, right? Why isn't that happening? And what needs to happen to fix that at scale?
To answer that, you have to have the integration done on both the sides of the supply chain, okay, which is missing today. There is the whole idea of sharing data across walls is not happening today, which is where the problem is. If you look at that, if I'm a fleet guy and I have a manufacturing, and this is what my supply is going to be, I'm not marrying it to the demand of me as a supply, as a fleet guy, which is missing, which is where the delinquency or the delay is happening. Same thing on the delivery side as well. If I know what the demand is there and what I'm going to supply, is that getting married or not from a data perspective? And that's why I said the first layer is the data layer, which needs to build in.
I have a simplistic view of this. I don't think we have an agreement on what is the end benefit we are offering, or what is the problem we are trying to solve. Like the example I gave, the end benefit was very clear. Problem we are trying to solve is very clear, very simple, and therefore the benefits are there for everyone. Right? Now here we get caught in too many layers, so much data, everybody, so the OEM, the manufacturers have different kinds of data, the logistics provider has different data, the shipper has different data, the signing data and so on. It's just too cumbersome. So what is that one problem you're trying to solve? Unless everybody comes together in this entire supply chain play and say, this is my biggest problem I want to solve. And then we all target that to solve. It's not going to happen.
But then you're arguing that each supply chain, so let's say I'm a large FMCG company, I would integrate the participants and try and put them all onto one platform where they transact. Right? And that's a prerequisite for.
So I have again a simplistic view, one word thing, cost. If I say supply chain is about cost, right? And therefore, if I say I make cost more effective, I reduce cost, everybody would benefit. Right. And if that's a single focus we all take, then.
Not just cost, okay? In a supply chain, the key component is your supply chain visibility and the efficiency, okay? Which is missing today, okay? And so and at the end, it's the customer who is going to get benefit or not benefit, basically. And how do you manage your customer expectations? That is critical, okay? So there is a push, and I'll tell you from my experience, and this is not today, I'm talking about 20 years back, 25 years back, when we built supply chains, and I'm talking about actually hard software, right? It was all collaborative in nature, which means if I'm a Best Buy, and if I'm pushing my demand and supply into a collaborative mode, I'm letting my logistics know. Doesn't matter whether it's going to be a 2-truck fleet or it's going to be a 1,000-truck fleet. They're all running off the same tool, basically, and which is what makes sense. You have to bring everyone into one, whether it's app-based or something.
Just to add to that, what the last two sentences is that the supply chain partners or the players need to understand that unless until they come together, pie doesn't get bigger, right? You can't fight for a smaller pie there, because as of now, every stakeholder is fighting for his visibility and his pie, whatever he's saving going to be the use case which is similar to him. But we have to look at larger use cases, as you were saying that logistics cost and as percent of GDP has to come down from 14 to 8%, like what government is doing on a ULIP, right? Creating a simple data pipe. But the point is, all of us will have to understand that the pie gets bigger and you get a pie of that, which is where a portion of that. This is where the benefit will come, and this is when the 14 will become 8, right? Individually, it can't come down. We'd have to collaborate and do that. And that's where what you were saying, what are you solving for? Cost. Then all cost elements have to come together and see how do we reduce that.
What is a bit discouraging about this view, which I understand is what has prevailed for a while, is that then you're literally saying that individual supply chains have to solve their own problems, right? How do we really get to solving the efficiency of India's supply chain? Is still eluding me. Look, because it's almost looking like data is the public good. It has to be treated like a public good. Somebody has got to integrate all of it and make it available, right, to a bunch of participants. You can then use that data to drive better decision making and so on. Is that the conclusion we're reaching, that somebody's going to solve this for us? Or is there a private market solution for this?
Market will find its place. It will happen. See, there is a push from government. ULIP, as I said, is a unifying platform where everybody will come together. It was a lacking piece in the entire puzzle. There has to be somebody who is integrating, which has a full view of end to end, right? That's what is happening. So once that happens, then I think what you are saying, individual also gets solved and overall also gets solved.
So I think the government is not going to solve. I think we should not wait for the government to solve our problems. We have to solve ourselves now. And it's going to be the private companies who's going to solve it. And there are few companies doing it. I'll tell you, Asian Paints is one of the companies. About 20 years back, we implemented supply chain for them. Okay. Tata Steel is also another company which had implemented about 20 years back. So there are individuals coming up and doing it, but it's just that, it's so disorganized. The newer players have to pull in and bring people together, which is going to help the other smaller players also be more efficient.
Right, and if you reflect back on all the use cases we talked about, a lot of the real high value use cases tend to be about network efficiency, not individual asset efficiency, right? Which is why you need to really be able to bring all participants together.
Point of view. See, if you look at the specific examples here, if finally each individual vehicle with better telematics and data utilization gives me better fuel efficiency, I save money. Right? As a fleet operator, if I have better visibility on my vehicles, better utilization, I save money. And so on. So I think each one of the benefits, individual benefits itself, if we layer on, can eventually lead to success.
Just,
we have about 5 minutes.
just to add one, Vikram, before that. See, we did one exercise, right, and estimate. Just by bringing data together on one platform, right, through the chain, a transporter can save almost 7 to 8% of his cost. We are not talking about fuel cost. We are talking about inefficiencies other than in the chain itself. That will bring down utilization and then insurance benefit and other benefits. It can bring down by 7 to 8%, right? So as you rightly said, bottom-up cases are building up and it will come together. Either OEM will bring it together or some platform will bring it together, right? But point is, the moment everything comes together, the scale, what network effect we were talking about, kicks in. And that's where you will see a bigger benefit coming in, right? Rather than individual benefits, which is there anyways in the system.
And perhaps there is a tipping point.
Exactly.
Where we go beyond just information being available
to
value being added.
Exactly.
Which is when you will see massive uptake.
Yep.
Interesting. Any concluding thoughts? Maybe we have a minute for each of you to, anything on your mind that you feel is going to really change the way supply chain efficiency is driven by data?
Yeah, so I think a couple of things I'll say. Okay? One is, my experience has been, and I'm talking about big or small, it doesn't matter, right? The inefficiencies are huge. If we do things correctly and make it more efficient, you can save to the tune of 20, 30 percentage points. Okay? I as an individual, if I have a small fleet, I do efficiency and bring it to a certain level. But from our actual efficiency improvement, I may be way off. What's in my thought may not be correct because I'm not using technology per se. Having said that, I always believe it's when you want to do a transformation, it's a 4-pillar transformation. You have to look at the processes and not just, at the ends of the supply chain, but within supply chain. There has to be a platform approach, okay, which means, technology. Third is technology. What tools you're going to use? So supply chain collaboration is one, transportation optimization. You have to go down the tool route. Why? Because at the end of the day, the 4th pillar is your data. And data drives everything. No matter how good your platform is, technologies, if you don't have data, it's garbage in, garbage out, right? No matter how good your data is and platform and technology, but if you don't change the processes, you're not going to change anything. That is where we have to start looking at it.
Any thoughts on it?
No, so like I said, I think what's important is, I believe 2 things are important. Telematics or database solutions are, of course, going to be very useful. But we need to first figure out what is the common benefit we are all driving towards. And 2, the applications have to be thought through across the chain, not just limited to the large segments of the market for true benefit to come out. The inefficiencies in the smaller segments are much higher. Because the larger segments already have some solutions or the other, and they have operations management tools and so on. So those are the 2 things I would really focus on.
Any last thoughts?
Yeah. To be honest, I'm very optimistic about the GDP. I mean, transportation cost as GDP coming down from 14 to 8. I'm definitely, next 5 years, we're going to see a huge amount of definite change happening there. Both because there is a bottom-up, top-down, both approaches are there, and we are moving both on processes, tools, technology, and the use case which we are going to see in next 3 to 5 years is completely different than what we are looking at. The art of imagination, art of possible is there, right? And just to give you perspective, as an OEM, we are working on a lot of use cases which are across the chain, not only within the vehicle or linking to asset only. So yes, I do see in next 5 years the changes are going to happen big time.
Ankur, any last thoughts?
So as a SaaS solution provider, so in our case, the fleet owners with whom we are working. So they are using the data and they are increasing their vehicle utilization, either through the either through the tire management or the fuel sensor or the IoT sensors. But in case of enterprises or the manufacturers, we are providing them the solution and configuring the complete integration with either they are using the SAP or Salesforce and providing them the centralized control dashboard where the different KPIs is the real-time KPIs will be there, and they are working on that to improve their increasing their efficiency and the compliances.
Thanks a lot. So I think we are almost on time. So look, it's been an interesting discussion. I don't think we would have expected to come up with perfect answers. It would have been solved by now. But what I'm taking away is, data is now far more ubiquitous because with telematics and IoT and some of the more recent regulatory changes, there has been an explosion of data that's available. The challenge is really about how do you bring all that data together, keeping in mind data privacy as well, and make it available to supply chain participants. To the point you made, it's not just the large people, but also the small. That's level one of the problem. The level two of the problem is then really how do you build the capability, either within participants who can take that data and do something with it and create value for themselves, or somebody does this for the smaller, right? So which is where perhaps platforms such as yours and yours come in. Because you're solving this problem which will help smaller transporters, smaller shippers actually solve that. That's maybe the second level. Third level, I would think, is you also need to drive adoption and ensure that value is delivered to get the willingness to pay. I do believe one thing we've not talked a lot about is the design of the solution itself to make adoption easy. But maybe that's subject for a separate conversation. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure being here with all of you. I hope you took away some thoughts for the future. Thank you all the panelists.
Check. Thank you, panelists. Before I request you all to take your seats, must I invite Mr. Uday Laroya to felicitate all our panelists. Thank you very much. And with the same, ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the end of this summit. Well, the panel part of the summit with the last panel discussion of this evening. The topic at hand is building efficiencies in routine with AI and ML, boosting human performance to achieve supply chain optimization. Let's welcome our panelists for this panel. Please give it up for Arindam Das, co-founder and CEO, Mirasys India. Can we have a round of applause for the gentleman? Ladies and gentlemen, these individuals have taken out time from their busy schedule to grace this occasion, not only to share their information, but also to add on to the pool of information each and everyone here in this room possesses. Let's welcome Mr. Ashutosh Kumar, Head Engineering, Adaptive Computations, Kalishe. Mr. Avinash Dagat, Vice President, Supply Chain, Mama Earth. Let's give a huge round of applause to the gentleman. Let's welcome Mr. Saurabh Deep Singla, HRO Upgrad. And let's welcome our moderator for this particular session, Kundan Lal, President and Director, Niti Research Foundation.
So I think the topic given to us is a pretty complex one. The way I look at it, okay, because the AI, specifically the AI ML, so we amalgamate both of them together. but I always give it a larger picture to that. That's an AI. It's coming in very, very fast, and it is automating across, and massive investment is happening across the board at this time. US is pumping in more than $3 trillion into AI. China is pumping in 147 billion dollars into AI. Okay, and I think India is also picking up very fast into that. Where we work on specifically is that we are establishing AI innovation hubs across India on different domains. That is how we are implementing the AI part of it, and see that this revolution gains a lot of ground, specifically because the way we feel it, and that's the narrative we carry, that AI, as it matures, this technology matures, India may be at rest as a nation. So that is very critical for us to be part of Industrial Revolution 4.0. Now coming back to the topic which we have, that how do we build efficiency, more of it. I think there are few things which we need to understand here. One is that even for supply chain or any other domain, okay, the data fabric is very, very important. It needs to be extendable by depth, by horizontally or vertically. It needs to be multi-attributable, okay, that is very, very critical as well for the data fabric to be, and it needs to be responsive also. So this data fabric is very critical, and I think a lot of companies, I have been hearing other sessions which was happening, and a lot of other companies are investing a huge amount of money into creating their data fabric. Now, once it happens, the intelligence or the layer of AI ML will walk it. And third, they will build up the policies, the business rules, which will bring in the execution part of it, or which they call it automation, right? So that is how I think the lot of benefits will start accruing. But let me come back to all of you top guys from your own field, specifically from AI is here, and Saurabh comes from the business user perspective from that. Let me start from Saurabh itself, understand how he is leveraging it on the AI ML algorithms and building the efficiencies around it.
Thank you, Mr. Lal, and very interestingly put that if AI and ML continues to happen, the country can be at risk as well, because the human intelligence has to continuously kind of grow. I'll quickly take everyone just back a couple of years, probably about 20 years back. If you had to assemble a car, you'll take about 3 days for one car. If you had to print a bill, it had to be like a huge effort. And if you talk about today, in minutes, the cars come out. In seconds, millions of bills can be printed as well. And all of this is possible because we've been learning through machine learning and a lot of AI, which is kind of coming up. I think all of this that's happening is huge change. And when we talk about the topic that we have is about human intelligence and how do we make sure that the performance in the supply chain continues to go higher and higher through the use of AI ML. Our certain belief at Upgrad, and that's where I am. Upgrad is a higher education skilling company. And in the edtech space where we are, we certainly believe that continuous upskilling, and specifically in the areas which is continuously changing, be it AI, ML, and many more facets, the continuous learning is going to be very, very critical. To get the best performance and how the human interface in the business continues to excel and bring more and more result is going to be a continuous investment in one's own skilling. And in 2015, when we started Upgrad, at that point of time, one of the things that we looked at was, like we look at investment that happens on a lot of other things, whether it's an asset or anything that we procure every year, we keep budgets for that. We certainly believed that everyone has to invest in their skilling and upskilling every year. With AI ML continuously coming up the curve and changing the lives, we certainly believe that the array of courses that we provided, which initially was quite questioned, that would you really kind of invest that much of money in a smaller course of a duration of 3 months or 6 months of a year. Today, when we talk about it, we are already Asia's largest edtech company. We've already impacted about 10 million plus learners. And specifically in the area of AI ML, this is almost a number of 3 million plus. certain belief that we have is there's no stop to it for sure, but the only way to make sure we don't become redundant is a continuous upskilling. And that's where I blend it with the employee base as well. For any organization, be it in any industry, and I've been quite fortunate to work in very varied industries so far. I was a part of a company called Rio Tinto, which was a mining company. And what we used to do there long back was run driverless trucks and driverless trains, hundreds of kilometers in Australia, Canada, and spaces. I used to be a part of Airtel, where we looked at how the journey of the CAF forms transformed from a manual to a complete digital, and a lot of technology disrupting it. When I look at Upgrad, okay, I was also a part of Ecom Express, so which was a logistics company just before I joined Upgrad a few months back. The use of AI ML to boost the power and speed and accuracy of a delivery boy reaching your place through the use of the artificial intelligence and machine learning in terms of the routing or the accuracy in terms of when is the customer going to be available at a home, used to create such a big delta in the whole scheme of things. And we can talk more about it during the session. And at Upgrad, for me, I've got two big levers here. One is a employee who has to reach out to a learner and make sure that the right learner is connected with the right course. For me, that's supply chain. To make sure that I have the right availability of the right courses available for the learner, which is continuously changing month on month, not year on year now. Almost that's the kind of change that's coming. And then about the learners, how do we make sure that the learners continuously become better and better? And if they continue to upskill, how would their performance using AI and ML in their own organizations is going to be so different? So a couple of those things, and I would talk about more businesses that we have as a product, but certainly believe that the topic organizations are becoming more and more serious as we continue to progress. Every 6 months or 1 year, when we look back, something that we were using probably is not there now anymore. So
yeah. So Avinash, you are also from the can probably guide us.
Sure. And good afternoon, everyone. So, see, the way, obviously, every industry has seen the emergence of certain technologies, and that technology is helping the industry to grow in a certain way. AI/ML is another, another technology, but I think the amount of impact that it's going to have is going to be significant. And like my friend was saying, in different industries, it has found its different use cases, and each of these use cases clearly changes the way people operate, right? One such example, and I'll take a step back, look at certain far more impactful changes that have happened, and then try and give some context to our industry, which is where I come from, which is CPG industry. So for example, before Google Maps, right, there was hardly any reference to where you're getting from point A to point to B. How do you get that? Now, while Google Maps have come in, what AI/ML has done really is the real-time change in terms of what's the shortest route, how do you reach from point A to point B, and it's just made a massive difference. Today you can't operate without that, right? So there's a lot of information data that it has used, and then obviously there's a way to churn the data, algorithms to churn the data and drive an output. Similarly, if I look at our industry, a CPG industry, a consumer products goods industry, traditionally, how were products sold? So there were products were sold, standard general trade, modern trade, retail stores. Now, while there was a lot of data that was available, there was hardly any way of capturing that data, right? And which is where even if there were technologies like these, it would have found it very difficult to find relevant use cases, because obviously it evolves over a period of time. Now, with e-commerce coming in, what has dramatically changed is the way this data is available and captured, right? So, for example, if a consumer is buying, from which location is it buying, the location where it's buying, what are the kind of products that the consumer is also searching for, and then what he's buying. So that the amount of data that's available is massive. And because that ecosystem has evolved, that data capturing has evolved in a certain way, right? So today, for example, even at a minute or an hourly basis, we can capture which consumer, what are the products that are being looked at by the consumer from which geographies of the country. Are those consumers buying those products, not buying those products? What are they doing? What are the relevant other products that they're searching for? What are they buying, etc.? So that that information that's now available is significant. And that, I think, has also evolved with the change in the ecosystem of the entire commerce space. Now, what AI/ML does is obviously use that information in a certain form and then derive certain actionable outputs for us. One such example is we are able to sense demand better, right? Earlier, we would have been able to do it only with a certain amount of lag. Only 1 month later, when the information is available that what has sold from a retail is, we would know what has moved, which products are moving, in which geographies are they moving, how do we react to those products. Today, that information is available at an hourly basis. And that gives us an ability then to ingest that information and then, take certain action. So I think what AI/ML, and this was just one such example, and would love to obviously, share certain, in terms of other contexts, in terms of how different organizations in this space are evolving. But I think what AI/ML is doing is, before that, the big change is the ability to ingest a lot of this data, which has also evolved over a period of time with the right ecosystems coming in, right? With how internet has evolved is how this data is now getting captured today. For example, with the Amazons and the Flipkarts of the world, a lot of this information is now available in terms of what are the consumers searching, where are they searching from, etc. So that data availability, which is the core of how, so AI/ML can only work on, massive amounts of data. And I think their leverage is when a lot of this data is available, which cannot be easily correlated by any other technology, but an AI/ML can, use a lot more advanced algorithms to find patterns on that data and then drive certain actionables outside, outputs of those. So that's where I think the shift has happened. So data, clearly, ability to capture the data has been one of the tipping points of, AI/ML to then, leverage this information and grow.
That's wonderful. So generally, I consider the Indian companies are basically type C companies. We jump the bandwagon when everybody else has jumped it, right? But it is heartening to see that a lot of AI/ML algorithms are being utilized, right from supply chain to upgrade. So let's hear from Asutosh also, because he works from the implementation part of the case, right? So he then comes from the company which is actually rolling out AI/ML algorithms for different domains. What about supply chain? How you are building efficiencies there?
We'll start from story because I only have experience of 4 years. So I'll start with the story. The story being what happened in the industrial revolution. Before industrial revolution, a major part of Asia, I mean, we were factually dominating the GDP. But then industrial revolution happened and we somehow lagged in that. And since we lagged that, we were ruled by people who dominated in that sector. Now again, okay, there can be counter questions, but let's forget that. Again, as sir has started, that we are at risk. Yes, we are. However, there is a possibility that it can be turned around. That when everyone is pumping in cash, we have talented people to pump in. And we have the opportunity in form of growing economy. And we already are probably the largest exporter of softwares. So all of these things put together help us with the platform wherein we can really dominate the market of developing and deploying AI-enabled technology. And that's what we do at Kalishe. So primarily, among the August panelists here, I will be focusing on two important things. First, performance of the technology, and second, performance of the people who build those technologies. And I believe that that's where we are also overlapping with the agenda of this particular panel. And it takes me again back to the comment that, sir, you have just made, that we are somewhere, most of the companies are somewhere in the type C, wherein we are looking for already happened and proven use cases, and then we are adopting it. And in addition to that, we'll start again at the point where last discussion ended. That is, people were talking about how do we design a solution and how do we go about it. And those of us who have been paying attention, there was serious discussion about what is the ROI. All of these things bring us down to a possibility that these are the problems we face when we are presented with one solution only. How about we are presented with a pool of solutions and then we have to pick the most efficient ones. And this is where performance of people who build them comes into picture. That is, now at Kalishe, we are fundamentally an inventions company. So when we reach out to a particular organization for helping them with the solution, we present to them a repertoire of around 150 or so use cases and the solution that we have, because we believe in developing the IPs. And how do we impact supply chain? For that, I will end up with one serious question and a possible answer for that. That while all of us here are talking about or might be considering, let's say, what will be the demand, one of the solutions, or rather another question that I would like to put up in front of everyone is, what about the uncertainty? How do we quantify it? And what is can we even quantify it? That's the question. And I will be happy to discuss it among the course of the discussion. Over to you, sir.
So that was a very convoluted one, by the way, I suppose, okay? But that is how the AI guys are, okay? So they are there. So let me come to, from Miras's perspective, how do you look at it in the, what's your input?
So I think the company which are best run are data driven. If we are not using the data, which any company would have, then we are fools in this world, right? Now coming back, there are two kind of data, right? Everybody has a data. Now there is a data junk. Now the input of data is a junk. Now are we able to make some sense out of the data? That is most important. With the current, like you said, that we are, the type C country. So what happens? The competition is fierce, right? And for any organization or enterprise to survive, whether it be a SCM, whether it be a software company like us, the important factors are, how do we enhance profitability? How do we lower our cost? And third, how do we ensure that the customer has the highest level of satisfaction? I think this is where AI ML comes into play, because we have a lot of data and we have never even thought about those data. Now you have a lot of engines which are being developed. On that engines, you put your data and you get predictions, right? So you get a prediction, okay, this is today, let's say I'm a manufacturer. I need A, B, C, D items from different suppliers. And I find out that every year during Diwali, let's say I'm a car manufacturer, my car sales goes up. Now, how did we plan to, let's say 20 years back or 10 years back, the data was whatever the sales team used to project and what is the capacity of my plant. That's how we used to work on the number of cars to be manufactured, right? But right now, we have a lot of insights and data that are we getting the supplies, or let's say I can also predict right now, a lot of companies are already doing that in January, what will be my probable sales for this models, and for which I need to be prepared from today. My supply chain, my logistic, my distribution, everything should be in line. So that's where I think typically it comes around now. So Mirasys, we have been a data-driven company. I have been running Mirasys for last 7-8 years. We have been predominantly working for the smart cities. We have come up with very specific use cases related to these cities, like a pothole detections, specific to the Indian cities, no helmet, triple riding. This kind of problems we have already solved. And we have created some specific solutions with Intel. So Intel has been our partner. With Intel, we have created a lot of solutions on women safety. So if a woman is in distress, we have created those solutions. Now we realize that it's high time, the SCM, there are a lot of variabilities in the SCM. They need people like us, or because we have an experience of so many years, that they need to find out data or sense out of the data what they have. We have been working with multiple companies, including including a lot of e-commerce. There have been pilferages in tunes of $1 million. Pilferages are when they are supplying their material. Let's say I ordered something on, let's say Amazon, Flipkart, the material comes to my house, and then there is a refund request.
right? Now, the different request is whatever material I have got, let's say I ordered a mobile phone, there was no mobile phone. Now, how do you understand where the mobile phone was not put actually, or the mobile phone was damaged, or I as a consumer had a different intention? So this is where we come in. We give you insights that where exactly the pilferage would have happened, and that is helping a lot of clients. So yeah, so I think this is what we have been doing, and over to you, sir.
So I see a lot of work is already happening. But one thing, Saurabh, let me come back to you. That's good to hear everybody out. Specifically in upgrade, what kind of algorithms? I mean, let us not talk about algorithms, but what kind of use cases you have been implementing or already got it implemented, which is boosting your efficiencies further?
Sure. So I'll again bifurcate it into one, people that I have, and two, learners, which is the customer base. So when I talk about people, it's about, this is a new industry. This is just about 7 years old in the avatar that it is. So I don't have trained workforce outside in the world, but it's a lot about making sure that when we hire the right person for the aptitude, and we skill them, and then we boost their productivity. So right from recruitment, where we're using a lot of AI in terms of AI and ML in terms of assessment centers and proctored tests, how do we make sure that the algorithms actually throw a lot of information in terms of, am I hiring the right person? Is this person going to be able to handle the kind of learner experience that we talk about? To a stage where we're talking about what kind of training skills that training needs that the person has. And it's a lot of data that we're pulling into our PMS system, performance management system, where we're saying, how can we actually get inputs in terms of their previous experience, the way they've performed in a particular week with a particular set of data, and will that same algorithm work in a particular time zone again? And from there, creating a lot of training needs and upskilling them and giving them nudges in terms of how do you make sure that the app and the data points actually creates scenarios where people get to know that, all right, you know what, this is the way that you can increase your productivity. And that's, for me, increasing performance with the use of AI ML in the system. It is also, from a learner perspective, I look at it in two ways. One, I've got learners spread across various product lines that we have. So we have a college learner set where we've got companies like Atlas, which is a university in Mumbai. It's the first urban university. We've got Golden Gate University in San Francisco, which is a long-term pact with us. And then we are also having courses through our degrees program spread across 200 plus universities across, and not just India, but globally. And then we've got working professional courses where the learners are people like us who are working already and have to continuously improve their skills or upskill or reskill across data, across degrees, across law. Whether you talk about a DBA, which is a doctorate of business administration, where we're telling people to go deep rooted into the subject and really become experts. And I certainly believe for the AI ML, we need a lot more people in India and globally as well who would upskill themselves to that level. Now, if this is the set of learners that I have, and how do I make sure, one, I'm capturing their interests very well? And it comes from various sources of data that we have. Now, from those sources of data, it is not about just selling a course to them, because at Upgrade, what we certainly believe in is it's matching the right subject and the topic which the learner needs and making them successful. And there is an outcome, certain outcome, which either gets them a job or gets them an increase in terms of the responsibility or the performance or the stature in an organization. If that outcome-based approach has to happen, I need to make sure the right set of data moves to my right set of counselor who's going to connect with the learner and offer them the right courses. And we also keep capturing this data to know that in future, and if it's a lifelong learning, that's the agenda that we've created. In that lifelong learning agenda, I have learners' data that I use to say that, okay, all right, if you've done your college, And in a few years, I know that in your journey, you will need a course from either a Harappa, which is about Thrive skills, or it's from Insofi, which is about AI/ML, or it's from Knowledge Hut, which is about a lot of tech courses and AI/ML and boot camps that we run. Or is it about a higher education that you need and I bring in my study abroad and say, all right, would you want to go around the world and pick up the right university for yourself? Or I bring in another company, which is Centum, where I say, all right, if I need to run your sales academy, and I would use a lot of AI/ML to actually create nudges and set you right for success. All of this data for learners is also driven through the AI/ML practices that we have. So for both the sets, what we believe in is, if you use the right technology, if you use the right way of AI/ML application into EdTech, the whole supply chain gets unlocked for us, both from a supply of courses, supply creation through the counselors, plus also the learners who would get the right solution at the right time. And I believe that's going to make sure that we are not redundant, but we are actually ahead of the race. And in the vision of the $5 trillion economy that we're set to create, India is actually going to be a front runner while we create the magic across the world.
Right. Vishwaguru in Industrial Revolution 4.0 is great. So that is how you look at it. So Avinash, I mean, from the upgrade perspective, they seem to be quite ahead into it, and they're leveraging AI/ML a lot. Any particular use case you can point it out from your perspective, your industry perspective?
Sure.
If you have already done it with AI/ML.
Yeah, sure. So in fact, and before that, when you were mentioning India, where does India lie in terms of the entire AI/ML piece, right? The world's obviously far ahead of where India is, and India's doing a lot of implementations, catch up, etc. Right? We also look at AI/ML, with those lens where obviously there are so many use cases that have been tried and tested across the world. Right? How we look at our journey of adoption of a certain technology is it's a three-step process. The first step is there is a certain technology that has reached a certain stage, and there is a vision that's created around it, right? So AI/ML is one such technology, and there are so many use cases. If I take a very specific example, let's say what Amazon has done in US with AI/ML technology is massive, right? So that creates that helps us to create a certain vision of what can be done with this technology. For example, they are able to predict what the consumer is going to buy to a certain extent, and they ship these goods in anticipation of when the consumer is going to buy, and the goods are already in that vicinity of that area which are moving. So it's not in a warehouse sitting for an order to come in. And as in when an order is created by a consumer, it's if the goods are in the vicinity, they're immediately delivered, right? So the time from when a consumer is ordering to the time when it is delivered, it's getting shortened, and they're trying to extend it to a point where they'll predict they'll before a consumer orders, or the time becomes so short that the consumer orders and the products are available to them, right? So that's what the technology can do, right? So that creates a vision. So that's the first part of that. Now, using that as an information, that gives us, when we are scouting for what kind of technologies that are available, it gives us a certain filter to say what a technology can do, and these are already proven ways of utilizing the technology. The next step to that is, and which is where I come to the first step, is to identify certain use cases which might be able to use that technology to a certain extent. But obviously, there's a journey that it goes through, and which is where in the India context, it's, there are technologies that are available. You can plug and play, try and test them out, and around your own use cases. So that's the first step. So how do we filter that out, the technology? How do we create a small use case, test it out? And then the next step is to, implement that technology, pilot it, scale it up. And so that's a three-step journey. It starts with 3, comes to 1, and then 2, right? And that's the kind of a recurring process that we try and adopt as a frame to evaluate multiple technologies. Now, in that context, how we look at AI and ML specifically, from our business lens, there are 2 ways where we clearly see certain use cases, and we have tried and tested, and we are implementing some of those use cases. One is in terms of aiding a consumer buying, from a consumer lens. How can we use this information or the technology to aid a consumer buying experience or the consumer buying in itself? For example, when a consumer is buying or wanting to buy a certain product, can we suggest them what are the other products that's going to make sense to them? And that can only be done by ingesting a lot of data and figuring out what are the correlations, etc. Right? The other way is in our kind of a beauty category, when a consumer is buying online but is not able to physically see the product. For example, a lipstick, right? Can an AI/ML technology enable a consumer to see how would that product look on him or her, right? And can that ease his buying decision, right? So that's one. Those are some certain use cases which are from a consumer lens. How do we use that technology to aid a certain buying behavior? The second area where there are certain use cases is how do we execute a certain buying action of a consumer in a more seamless form, and which is where the whole supply chain comes in play. And when we execute this, how can AI and ML help us to make this easier for our workforce to execute? So how can we do it in a much more productive and efficient way? So that's the second area where AI ML finds a lot of use cases. One such simple example is, I was talking about the whole demand sensing, etc. Right? So saying if there is a certain change in a demand pattern, how do we make sure that we have the right products available to the closest warehouse, that when a consumer is buying, he gets a product the next day, right? Similarly, if that happens in the warehouse itself, because warehouses are run by manpower, right? How can we use the technology to aid the manpower to be more productive and efficient? So there are technologies right now, for example, which are pick to lights. So a person does not have to go and search for the product. The person moves in the warehouse, and there are technologies that tells him, there's a pick to light technology which tells him this is what you have to pick. So his productivity goes up. He doesn't have to spend a lot of time, which he would have otherwise done to identify a product, right? How can the logistics be automated in a certain way where it is optimum enough to say which courier partner would get that load, which would minimize the lead time and the cost as well, right? So multiple legs of these different use cases, but broadly, if you have to divide it, it would be in terms of one from a consumer lens, the other one more from a supply efficiency.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. And let me add to this that every user company is building a lot of efficiencies into it. Like Amazon has got the current model, which they call it shop and ship. You go and buy, and then they will ship it to your home. But they're leveraging AI ML to change this model from shop and ship to ship and shop. So they will predict that what you are going to buy and send it to your home. When you will pick it up, they will bill you. Otherwise, it will return back to them, right? And that is the whole model is changing due to AI ML. So much of predictive analytics they are bringing into it. So, Asutosh, we don't have much time. Okay, a short answer. Okay, specifically that on the supply chain, what kind of use cases you have been involved into it from Calicut perspective? Any particular one?
Let's pick a very special use case. That's what if they are small farmers? They intend to understand the uncertainty in the produces that they are bringing to the market. How do we go about solving it? So fundamentally, if we want to do it, neither they do have the money nor the resources to do it. So we come into picture wherein we have built our IPs on the data sets that we think are suitable for that. Now we are talking about data sets from world's largest wholesalers who already have an understanding that how these vegetables, of course, there are not much devices involved, but then there are mathematical weights and there are processes that they have first done on their own. Now we have created our IP. So we know the know-how that how these use cases can be implemented. So when someone like small group of farmers or a medium scale company reach out to us, then we already have the know-how. So that brings the advantage for them and as well as for us. And that's how we help them in facilitating and making more money, basically.
Any example from Russ's perspective, Arindam?
Yeah. There were certain cases where you had let's say you have the cold storages. You have a lot of silos over there. So they have, let's say,
the government has a lot of schemes where your rice and other stuffs are given there, right? It's a 1 ton of rice which is getting inside and which is there in the cold storage for a month, for 6 months, for a year. And when it comes out, the shipped is only half a ton. So this is the kind of pilferages we have been working on, and it has been very successful. I think we were able to add a lot of value to our clients, and we are developing more use cases depending on the data sets availability with the client. Yeah.
Thank you. I think our time is up. Thank you. That's wonderful. I think the AI ML will be a lot of impact bringing it to supply chain in coming years. Thank you.
Well, before I thank our panelists, must I request Mr. Udil Arroya to kindly join us on the stage and present a small token of appreciation. And also with the same, ladies and gentlemen, we do come to the end of the first segment of this summit, that is the panel discussion. But shortly, I must request you to join us back exactly at 5:30 p.m. today for the award ceremony, followed by the dinner. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. Well, with the same, ladies and gentlemen, we are now taking a quick tea coffee networking break. I must request everyone to vacate the hall in order to revamp it and make it a little bit more celebratory for the award ceremony commencing at 5:30 p.m. sharp. I must request you all to kindly join us back in the hall at 5:30 p.m. followed by the dinner. Thank you very much.
At this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it a million times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and Upgrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with Upgrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
Upgrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, Upgrad, for opening that opportunity because this is definitely what GDU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of the immigrants like you.
मैथ्यू सर लंदन में यस सर छुट्टी हाँ इट्स अ फेवरेट सिटी ये तो यार सेटल होना चाहती है ना ये मैथ्यू ऑफिस के साथ वही ऑनलाइन एमबीए कर रहा है इसका कुछ हुआ नहीं ना फिर इतना सामान सेटल हो रहा है क्या यहाँ पे
यस सर उसी ऑनलाइन एमबीए की वजह से अपनी कंपनी ने मुझे लंदन में पोस्टिंग दी है
अपनी कंपनी
हाँ
Fast forward your career with online MBAs. Top universities, flexible learning hours, top placements. Upgrad.com.
At this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it a million times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will
Check.
now become accessible to.
Ladies and gentlemen, in order to revamp the hall for the award ceremony, must I request everyone to kindly vacate the hall and join us back at 5:30 p.m. sharp.
Affordable education.
Ladies and gentlemen, in order to revamp the hall for the followed by award ceremony commencing at 5:30 p.m. sharp, must I request everyone to kindly vacate the hall. Please do not forget to join us back at 5:30 p.m. for the award ceremony followed by a celebratory dinner.
Accessible.
Upgrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, Upgrad, for opening that opportunity because this is definitely what GDU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of the immigrants like you.
मैथ्यू सर लंदन में यस सर छुट्टी हाँ इट्स अ फेवरेट सिटी ये तो यार सेटल होना चाहती है ना ये मैथ्यू ऑफिस के साथ वही ऑनलाइन एमबीए कर रहा है इसका कुछ हुआ नहीं ना फिर इतना सामान सेटल हो रहा है क्या यहाँ पे
यस सर उसी ऑनलाइन एमबीए की वजह से अपनी कंपनी ने मुझे लंदन में पोस्टिंग दी है
अपनी कंपनी
हाँ
Fast forward your career with online MBAs. Top universities, flexible learning hours, top placements. Upgrad.com.
At this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it a million times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at UpGrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
UpGrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and UpGrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with UpGrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
UpGrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, UpGrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like you.
Matthew? Sir, London में? Yes, sir. छुट्टी हाँ? It's a favorite city. ये तो यार settle होना चाहती है ना? ये मैथ्यू ऑफिस के साथ वो ये ऑनलाइन एमबीए कर रहा है इसका कुछ हुआ नहीं ना तो इतना सामान सेटल हो रहा है क्या यहाँ पे
यस सर उसी ऑनलाइन एमबीए की वजह से अपनी कंपनी ने मुझे लंदन में पोस्टिंग दी है
अपनी कंपनी
हाँ
Fast forward your career with online MBAs. Top universities, flexible learning hours, top placements. Upgrad.com.
At this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it a million times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at UpGrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership,
Hello, hello. Prashant, no talking on the phone. Please maintain the decorum. Mr. Prashant.
इतनी खुशी तो कभी नहीं हुई मेरे को 70 से तो बहुत अच्छे 70 अवार्ड जीता तो लगे होंगे ना ये भी लगातार ये भी चाहिए समझने में हवा
Preeti, all good? माइक है मेरे पास
ऐसे कैसे बोलते हैं ये तो बहुत लाइट है ओ थैंक यू कुछ दिख ही नहीं रहा आगे तो
हेलो
वो लाइट रूम पे जा रहा है क्या रूम पे लाइट जा रहा है जा रहा है अरे लाइट आ रहे हो आप चल रहा है ना आपका ऑर्डर तो अभी बंद कर दिए ना सलमान जी क्या डालना मुझे तो बोला इसमें बैकड्रॉप पे क्या देना कोई भी डाल दिए ये डाल दिए चल रहा है अभी कैमरा हटा दीजिए ये बैकड्रॉप नहीं है ये वाला ये आज जा रहा है नहीं कुछ और शेयर करना होगा तो जाकर स्क्रीन शेयर करना पड़ेगा ना लाइक वही कर रहा हूँ मेरे पास ये नहीं या बैग का
Many thanks to Businessworld for having me as part of the jury for the inaugural edition of Supply Chain Resilience Awards. It was a wonderful learning experience for me in terms of the brilliant initiatives taken by several organizations. We appreciate all the organizations who submitted their nominations. Many congratulations to the winners. We look forward to a wider participation from the supply chain fraternity for the next year awards. All the best.
It was a pleasure interacting with the fellow jury members of BW Supply Chain Resilience Awards. And I was delighted to note the quality of applicants that who participated. And my congratulations, hearty congratulations to all the winners and the best wishes to the rest of the people who have participated. And it is a great experience to be part of this journey. And I wish once again all the organizations all the best. Thank you.
It's an absolute pleasure and honor for me to be a part of this esteemed jury in this year's Businessworld Unicorn Awards. I must congratulate the organizers for putting.
At this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it a million times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and Upgrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high-quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with Upgrad to making high-quality education meaningfully accessible.
Upgrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, Upgrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like.
Matthew? Sir, London में? Yes, sir. छुट्टी हाँ? It's a favorite city. ये तो यार settle होना चाहती है ना? ये मैथ्यू ऑफिस के साथ वही ऑनलाइन एमबीए कर रहा है इसका कुछ हुआ नहीं ना तो इतना सामान सेटल हो रहा है क्या यहाँ पे
यस सर उसी ऑनलाइन एमबीए की वजह से अपनी कंपनी ने मुझे लंदन में पोस्टिंग दी है
अपनी कंपनी
हाँ
Fast forward your career with online MBAs. Top universities, flexible learning hours, top placements. Upgrad.com.
At this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it 1,000,000 times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and Upgrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We
will be starting with the award ceremony in about 10 minutes. We're just waiting for the host to be here. Can we have the AVs in the meanwhile, please? Thank you.
At this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it 1,000,000 times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and Upgrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with Upgrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
Upgrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, Upgrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like me.
Matthew? Sir, London में? Yes, sir. छुट्टी हाँ? It's a favorite city. ये तो यार settle होना चाहती है ना? ये मैथ्यू ऑफिस के साथ वही ऑनलाइन एमबीए कर रहा है. इसका कुछ हुआ? नहीं ना? कोई इतना सामान सेटल हो रहा है क्या यहाँ पे?
यस सर, उसी ऑनलाइन एमबीए की वजह से अपनी कंपनी ने मुझे लंदन में पोस्टिंग दी है.
अपनी कंपनी?
हाँ.
Fast forward your career with online MBAs. Top universities, flexible learning hours, top placements. Upgrad.com.
At this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it a million times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and Upgrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with Upgrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
Upgrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, Upgrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like me.
Matthew? Sir, London में? Yes, sir. छुट्टी हाँ? It's a favorite city. ये तो यार settle होना चाहती है ना? ये मैथ्यू ऑफिस के साथ वही ऑनलाइन एमबीए कर रहा है. इसका कुछ हुआ? नहीं ना? कोई इतना सामान सेटल हो रहा है क्या यहाँ पे?
यस सर, उसी ऑनलाइन एमबीए की वजह से अपनी कंपनी ने मुझे लंदन में पोस्टिंग दी है।
अपनी कंपनी?
हाँ।
Fast forward your career with online MBAs. Top universities, flexible learning hours, top placements. Upgrad.com.
At this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it a million times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and Upgrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with Upgrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
Upgrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, Upgrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like you.
Matthew? Sir, London में? Yes, sir. छुट्टी हाँ? It's a favorite city. ये तो यार settle होना चाहती है ना? ये मैथ्यू ऑफिस के साथ वो ये ऑनलाइन एमबीए कर रहा है इसका कुछ हुआ नहीं ना तो इतना सामान सेटल हो रहा है क्या यहाँ पे
यस सर उसी ऑनलाइन एमबीए की वजह से अपनी कंपनी ने मुझे लंदन में पोस्टिंग दी है
अपनी कंपनी
हाँ
Fast forward your career with online MBAs. Top universities, flexible learning hours, top placements. Upgrad.com.
At this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it a million times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and Upgrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with Upgrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
UpGrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, UpGrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like me.
मैथ्यू सर लंदन में यस सर छुट्टी हाँ इट्स अ फेवरेट सिटी ये तो यार सेटल होना चाहती है ना ये मैथ्यू ऑफिस के साथ वो ये ऑनलाइन एमबीए कर रहा है इसका कुछ हुआ नहीं ना तो इतना सामान सेटल हो रहा है क्या यहाँ पे
यस सर उसी ऑनलाइन एमबीए की वजह से अपनी कंपनी ने मुझे लंदन में पोस्टिंग दी है
अपनी कंपनी
हाँ
Fast forward your career with online MBAs. Top universities, flexible learning hours, top placements. Upgrad.com.
At this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it a million times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at UpGrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
UpGrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and UpGrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high-quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with UpGrad to making high-quality education meaningfully accessible.
UpGrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, UpGrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like me.
मैथ्यू सर लंदन में यस सर छुट्टी हाँ इट्स अ फेवरेट सिटी ये तो यार सेटल होना चाहती है ना ये मैथ्यू ऑफिस के साथ वो ये ऑनलाइन एमबीए कर रहा है इसका कुछ हुआ नहीं ना तो इतना सामान सेटल हो रहा है क्या यहाँ पे
यस सर उसी ऑनलाइन एमबीए की वजह से अपनी कंपनी ने मुझे लंदन में पोस्टिंग दी है
अपनी कंपनी
हाँ
Fast forward your career with online MBAs. Top universities, flexible learning hours, top placements. Upgrad.com.
At this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it a million times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at UpGrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and Upgrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with Upgrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
Upgrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, Upgrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like you.
Check. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second part of the evening, the next segment, that is the award ceremony. Moving forward from the enthralling discussions that we witnessed in the 2 days of BW Supply Chain Resilience Summit to the highlight of the evening, I welcome you to the inaugural edition of the BW Supply Chain Resilience Awards. Well, this one particular phrase, Resilience Awards, calls for a round of applause, don't you think so? Well, these awards are recognizing excellence and celebrating the resilience of the leaders and organizations in the supply chain function. Today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Businessworld platforms, including our social media channels on www.bwdisrupt.com. And as we move forward in this evening, I might be an unfamiliar face up here welcoming you all, but it is time that I call upon the stage a more familiar face to give you a warm and heartfelt welcome. Please join me and put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Uday Laroya, Vice President, Special Strategic Projects, BW Businessworld.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for making it to the award ceremony. Before I, of course, proceed to the interesting part, just to give you a bit of background how this came about, we curated a program a few months ago, which looks at primarily how we currently living in an age of uncertainty and what it impacts mostly. And when you look at an age of uncertainty, what gets impacted is global economies, specifically manufacturing agrarian economies. And we felt that, with the political unrest, with war-mongering, with pandemics, with inflation, recession cycles happening, there's no better time. I'm not trying to make you gloomy, but I'm just trying to put a perspective. There's no better time than now to look at how do you deal with supply chains, especially legacy supply chains, time-worn logistics processes in countries like ours where things take time to move. And it was with that in mind that we put together a 2-day program, which looks at addressing resilience, durability, making supply chains less vulnerable in an age of course, uncertainty. So day one, yesterday, was a look at, was a more bird's eye view, look at what it is that this current age we live in does to our supply chains, which industries have been impacted, how supply chain optimization has now become a boardroom agenda for competitive differentiation, as opposed to a cost center concern or a concern which is only addressed during times of disruption. So frankly, the role of supply chains, which is pretty much tantamount and commensurate to business functions in corporates today. And you know that as you look across the room and look at peers that lead this function, just like you'd lead a business function. So day one looked largely at what is the impact, how is it changing, the boardroom as an issue. And of course, India, as when you have challenges and you have pitfalls that are thrown in as a result of this current era we live in, what is the opportunity it gives a country like India? So we looked at that on day one. Today, day two was a complete look at optimization from the lens of innovation, where we specifically looked at a lot of technology, We looked at telematics leaders. We looked at 3D printers. We looked at AI, blockchain, ML, automation, robotics, and we had many panel discussions, as you may have had the pleasure of listening to, which shows you that if we want to really optimize supply chains, tech is the way to go. And what better country than ours to do it, where we are today a startup destination to emulate and to rival. And we had very good discussions, very strong deliberations. And this is the first of many, an inaugural edition, though first of many that Businessworld is going to be doing. We plan to also bring out community on supply chain, which will specifically address and voice the concerns, demands, needs, grievances, shortcomings of our industry. So we can be a thought leader as opposed to a once in a year program creator. And it is with thought leadership that we will be moving ahead. So thank you for that. It was important for us to convey the sentiment, the need, and the primary agenda behind why we've created this. And now on to the award ceremony, of course. We felt that it's important to celebrate and to fete and to award pathbreakers, men and women who have been singularly determined to make a difference. And that is why we had an outreach to approximately 250 organizations to submit nominations. We had a total of 120, 125 nominations that we received. And then, of course, with our select and eclectic and accomplished jury, we were able to whittle it down to 48, which came for our jury meet last week. We had a day-long deliberations, and our jury members comprised academia, they comprised experts, they comprised consultants, they comprised a whole heap of people who have been leading in the space. We had 48 people who were met, which was finally whittled down to 14 across 11 categories. So with that, I would like to now show our jury AV. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could show the jury AV, please.
Many thanks to Businessworld for having me as part of the jury for the inaugural edition of Supply Chain Resilience Awards. It was a wonderful learning experience for me in terms of the brilliant initiatives taken by several organizations. We appreciate all the organizations who submitted their nominations. Many congratulations to the winners. We look forward to a wider participation from the supply chain fraternity for the next year awards. All the best.
It was a pleasure interacting with the fellow jury members of BW Supply Chain Resilience Awards. And I was delighted to note the quality of applicants who participated. And my congratulations, hearty congratulations to all the winners, and the best wishes to the rest of the people who have participated. And it is a great experience to be part of this journey. And I wish once again all the organizations all the best. Thank you.
It's an absolute pleasure and honor for me to be a part of this esteemed jury in this year's Businessworld Unicorn Awards. I must congratulate the organizers for putting up a great show. I would like to compliment each and every participant for coming forward with their presentations which showed their heart, their passion and determination in their area of work. I must thank and congratulate all the winners of this year's awards. You guys killed it.
Well, thank you, Uday, for the warm welcome and for the AB. Well, ladies and gentlemen, BW Disrupt has been around for more than 6 years, an exclusive entrepreneurial community of the BW Business World is pleased to welcome you all. Today, that is day 2, track 2 of the summit, and it's enthralling discussions and insights from supply chain leaders who will discuss the reimagined user experience aimed to acknowledge, applaud, and learn from the best of the best in supply chain domain. BW Disrupt is a 360-degree platform to keep you updated on the business of startups and covers all the aspects of entrepreneurship and startup ecosystem in India. That includes founder's journey, investment news, and other growth hacking content. But on the word, could I please request the BW team to play the community AB to give us a sneak peek into the world of BW Disrupt. Ladies and gentlemen, BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief for BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in India. With a network spanning across 17 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 17 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. And before I move further, could I please request the team to kindly play the BW Legacy AB to give us a glimpse of the journey of BW Business World.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
I feel that the Indian automobile industry's future is very bright. Presently, the size of the industry is 7.5 lakh crore, and I'm confident that at the end of 25, it will be more than 15 lakh crore.
Business World has brought this to Bangalore, and earlier also they have done it. Bangalore is the right place to talk about startups, unicorns, decacorns.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Their stature, their experience, and their name in their respective fields. I wish all the best, and may your entire day be enlivening and fulfilling. Thank you so much.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Businessworld events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Businessworld is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Businessworld's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars $33 million page views on an average, multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months. BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Businessworld platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwdisrupt.com. With the same, ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to thank our partners for their commendable support and for their contribution. Associate sponsors, Track-On Couriers Private Limited, Glass Wing, Tata Communications, Celsius Logistics Solutions Private Limited, Web Express, Mr. Cool, Ravi Integrated Logistics, Moody's Analytics, and Upgrad. Logistics sponsor, Safe Express Private Limited, exhibiting sponsor, Fleetex.io, technology partner, NASCOM Center of Excellence, 3D Technology, knowledge partner, 3D Graphy, 3D Technology online media partner, 3D Graphy News. Campaign partner, Glow Radius. Association partner, Association of Multimodal Transport Operations of India. Deep Tech investment partner, Sanchi Connect. Knowledge partner, Supply Chain Labs. Outreach partner, AITWA Secretariat, FFFAI, Federation of Freight Forwarders, Association in India, ISM India, Cargo Connect, Express Industry Council of India, CVSCL, Chamber of Visionary Supply Chain Leaders, and NIIE. With the same, can I please request our team at the back end to kindly cue the partners AV.
At this point, we're the only enterprise in India, I would say, apart from the esteemed Indian Army, that can cover every square inch of India within our own network. Logistics is something that we all rely on every day. While getting stuff from point A to B may seem simple, doing it a million times a year across the most difficult terrains of the country and in remote corners of India is about as complicated as it gets.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and Upgrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with Upgrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
Upgrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, Upgrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like me.
Matthew? Sir, London में? Yes, sir. छुट्टी हाँ? It's a favorite city. ये तो यार settle होना चाहती है ना? ये मैथ्यू ऑफिस के साथ वही ऑनलाइन एमबीए कर रहा है। इसका कुछ हुआ? नहीं ना? कोई इतना सामान सेटल हो रहा है क्या यहाँ पे?
यस सर, उसी ऑनलाइन एमबीए की वजह से अपनी कंपनी ने मुझे लंदन में पोस्टिंग दी है।
अपनी कंपनी?
हाँ।
Fast forward your career with online MBAs. Top universities, flexible learning hours, top placements. Upgrad.com.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward towards the most anticipated part of the evening, the award ceremony, it is time for me to welcome a personality, indeed the man of the hour. I must request him to join us on the stage to say a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, let's give it up for Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Businessworld and Founder, Exchange for Media.
Thank you. Really, the winners are the leaders of the moment. I don't want to keep you away from the awards. I just want to say that it is only an initiative. He's put it together. A big round of applause to him and everyone who has survived him. A big round of applause. Everyone who survived you also gets an award, but because he's meticulous and a perfectionist. And that's why he's been able to build what he has built. And I just want to say that the supply chain management and logistics domain is a very important domain. Yesterday, I learned that the costs are not 14%. The Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Commerce educated me that it's more like 8%, and the two gentlemen on dais, because I have traditionally believed they're anything between 12 to 14%. So really, I went back yesterday knowing something new, and I'm hoping that I learn more about this domain. We're also bringing out a special issue in Businessworld on supply chain management and logistics. It's a very important, domain, subdomain, which impacts the overall business sector. So really, we intend to do a lot more. This is just seeding of the domain. And Uday has done a fantastic job along with the Businessworld team to do that. I am sure you saw the AV, all our awards are done through a jury process. First year, of course, the number of entries are looked at by a jury. You must have seen the jury AV. So you really know that we do awards through a process. We have 27 communities and the main product B2C. So some people who say we do a lot of awards, of course, every sector is doing work and we do it honestly. I don't even know who the winners are. Sometimes I see the winners, like I saw on Saturday, asked Uday and Mehak for the list, just to see the quality of winners. So really all our awards are done through a very honest process. No awards can be perfect. They're representative of what's happening in the marketplace, but they're an honest process. So just want to say that I wish you well in your endeavors to build impactful ideas into powerful businesses which help the nation achieve what we all have to as a nation. I don't want to stand between you and the award ceremony, but congratulations to all who were shortlisted and special congratulations to all who have won today. It's the start of for us in this domain. We'll launch a full-fledged community in the supply chain and logistics domain and deep dive into domains and subdomains within the sector. We'll do it within the first quarter next year, hopefully with an editor, so that we have deep inroads into the community. We still have a long way in this community, but we have started the journey, and I believe making that first step is very important. And once you make that first step, the journey happens. So our journey is started. Thank you for being part of the journey. Congratulations once again. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin the most anticipated part of the evening, I must request all our winners to kindly exit the gate, exit the stage after they collect their award, after they pose for the picture, to kindly exit the stage from the left side for the photo op for the magazine. And I would also like to request all the winners to stay here with us till the end of the award ceremony for a group picture. And now, for the present the first set of awards, may I please request Dr. Anurag Batra to kindly join us on the stage. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Please welcome Mr. Vikas Khatri, founder, Everall Consulting. A round of applause for this gentleman, perhaps. Come on, everyone. This is the award ceremony. Once again, requesting the winners to enter the stage from the center stairs, collect their award, pose for the happy picture, and kindly exit the stage from the left side. And ladies and gentlemen, the first category of award is the best use of drones. I have a very special way of announcing the name of the winners. I won't be calling it out loud. Instead, you'll be watching a very interesting AV about them. So are we ready? I need to check the enthusiasm and the energy in the room. Are we ready, ladies and gentlemen? All right, wonderful. So the gold in the category of best use of drone goes to Let's welcome Mr. Vikram Singh Meena, founder and CEO, Tech Eagle. Well, I think it's a bit mean that we are I would like to request the Tech Eagle team present here with us to kindly join us on the stage to collect the award. Well, isn't that a beautiful gesture? Wonderful. Check. I offer my heartiest congratulations to Tech Eagle. And before I request you to leave, can I please, I'm sure that our audience would love to know how are you feeling at this particular moment?
Thank you very much. It is a huge honor for me and my team who is here, and even the members who are not here, to receive this award. And thank you very much to the jury, Businessworld, for recognition of our resilience, hard work since 2012 and 2015 onwards. This journey was not possible, obviously, without the team and their belief into the vision of building world's biggest drone logistics network to save and improve lives. Make in India, made for the world, and that's what we all believe in. And thank you very much for appreciating our hard work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, team. Tech Eagle, thank you very much. I must remind all our winners to kindly stay back here with us in the hall till the end of the awards ceremony for the group picture. And with the same, we now move on to the next category, the best use of robotics. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold in the category of best use of robotics goes to Let's give it up for Unbox Robotics. I request Mr. Pranav, Head of Strategy, co-founder and CEO, to kindly join us on the stage to collect the award. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the round of applause around the house. Perfect. Mr. Pranav, I believe our usher can help you with that. And before you leave the stage, can I please request you to say a few words? Well, the award has arrived now, so can we give him a huge round of applause? I believe I can help you with that because our audience would love to know how are you feeling at the moment. Would you mind saying a few words, please?
Hi everyone, this is Pranav here from Unbox Robotics. So thanks to BW for organizing this and for recognizing our efforts over the last 3 years. Our team has been innovating and building robotics for use in the warehouse space. And the journey has been incredible so far. And I think this award is a testimony to all of that. And so I'll be going back to my team and we'll be sharing them this. And I'm sure they'll all be overjoyed to know that we have won the category of best use of robotics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And with the same, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next category of award. That is the best digital transformation. And are we ready to know who has won the gold in the category? So the gold in the category for best digital transformation goes to Let's give it up for Web Express, ladies and gentlemen. And we have Mr. Apoor Mankad, founder and CEO, to receive the award. I must request all the winners to kindly stay back here with us in the hall till the end of the ceremony for the group picture. Well, I'm pretty sure that you're feeling all the ways, and we would love to know how are you feeling at this particular moment after receiving this award.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think thanks Businessworld for recognizing our effort for many years. I think I'll dedicate this award to my customers, because at the end of the day, any technology company is successful if their customers use the technology on a daily basis, and it's a challenge in a country like India. So thank you, my customers, and thanks a lot.
Congratulations. With the same, I request Dr. Batra to stay back here with us, and thank you, Mr. Khatri, for joining in. Thank you very much. Up next, I would like to invite Mr. Uday Laroya, Vice President, Strategic Project, BW Businessworld, to present the next set of awards. And ladies and gentlemen, the next category is Best Sustainable Supply Chains. And the gold in the category goes to audience. Congratulations to ITC. I invite Mr. Jagdish Kumar, Executive Vice President, Logistics and Supply Chain, to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, if not today, then I'm sure at some point in your career, most of you will get a chance to be on a stage much like this one. I must encourage you all to feel how you would be feeling at that particular moment and clap exactly the same for all our winners. And with the same, Mr. Kumar, we'd love to know how you're feeling.
Yeah, thank you, Businessworld, for this award. It's first time I think that this has been instituted. I would like to thank all my teams who are working there on the ground. So without their whose effort, this would not have been possible. And thanks to our organization's commitment there to sustainability there in everything, whatever we do. I think, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And with same now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next category of award, that is the Supply Chain Aspirer. And the gold in the category goes to And ladies and gentlemen, the award in this category goes to Rajesh Singhmar, Head Supply Chain India. Unfortunately, he cannot be here with us, and to collect the award on his behalf, let's welcome Mr. Hemant, Supply Chain Manager, Head Supply Chain India. Well, unfortunately, the original recipient of the award could not be here, but since you are collecting the award on his behalf, I'm sure you have something interesting to share with us.
Actually, I'm feeling good because I'm receiving it for the first time. So I'm his teammate, so thanks for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now on to the next category of award, that is the Supply Chain Aspirer Silver. Ladies and gentlemen, the award, Silver Award for the category of Supply Chain Aspirer goes to heartiest congratulations to Mr. Sridhar Nunawat, Director Supply Chain, Ninja Cart. Let's give it up for the gentleman. These individual awards, I'm pretty sure that most of our audience can relate to them. Must I encourage you to offer a louder, a warmer round of applause for every winner who makes it onto the stage. Must I encourage to share a few words?
Hello. Thank you, BW team, and thank you for all the volunteers who were coordinating all the activities. And yeah, this is a very, very big award. Most importantly, I would thank all my mentors and the teams who made me reach this level and been nominated and getting this award. Last but not least, the family who has supported in every moment. Thank you, everyone.
Beautifully put together. Thank you very much. Well, with the same, I must once again request Dr. Batra to kindly stay back with us. Thank you, Mr. Laroya. Thank you. And to present the next category of awards, please allow me to welcome Mr. Jeevan Sirian, Head Sales and Marketing, Track On. Welcome. And with this, we move on to the next category of award, ladies and gentlemen, Manufacturing Supply Chain Excellence Award, Gold category. Ladies and gentlemen, the award for Manufacturing Supply Chain Excellence, Gold category goes to building up the anticipation, and the winner is Biological E. Let's welcome Mr. P.V. Raju, Senior Vice President, Biological E. To say a few words.
Thank you very much for BW Businessworld as well as jury to shortlist our company for this award. I think just a few words about our company. We are 70 years old company, the second largest vaccine manufacturing in the world. So I would like to say that even COVID vaccine also we manufactured and supplied to Government of India, also exporting to 120 countries. And even Johnson & Johnson vaccine also manufactured at our factory. To be frank with you, everybody using TT vaccine, that is BioE, 90% market share in India, but we are family-owned private company, so we're not exposed to many people. So most of you, all of you doesn't know about our company. This is the biggest vaccine manufacturer based out of Hyderabad. Thank you for selecting.
Of course, I know your founders there. I know them well. Dr. Sujitra Allah got a Padma awardee. This year was at her visa. She was our Women Entrepreneur of the Year, and she came to the Hyatt, and was Dr. Krishna Allah I have known for a while. So I don't think there are too many people who won't know your company. Possibly no one, but maybe they may not know the name of the company, but they know that a vaccine company from Hyderabad has contributed to the vaccine success in India and abroad. So congratulations.
Thank you very much. And with the same, we move on to the next category of award, ladies and gentlemen. That is a Technology Supply Chain Excellence Award, Bronze. And the winner in the category is Heartiest congratulations to Vedanta, and we have Mr. Vibhudatta Mohanty, Associate General Manager, to receive the award. Ladies and gentlemen, तालियों पर GST नहीं लगता, तालियां tax free है. Let's give a huge round of applause to all our awardees. Mr. Mohanty, a few words perhaps.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, sir. It really feels great to receive an award from a group like Businessworld, and receiving an award for some disruptive thing which we got into metal mining sector, which never thought of. So it is really great to receive the award. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. And with the same, we move on to the next category of award, that is the Technology Supply Chain Excellence Award, Silver. And the winner is the Technology Supply Chain Excellence Award, Silver category goes to Dabur. Heartiest congratulations. Let's welcome Mr. Sahil Verma, Head Digital Transformation and Analytics Supply Chain. Well, the gentleman is waiting for a louder round of applause, perhaps. And must I say, he deserves. Congratulations, Team Dabur. And to mark this achievement, a few words, Mr. Verma.
So I think this award we are receiving on behalf of the team. I think a couple of members are already there. So Shivam, Vikrant, please come over. So it's a complete, it's a complete team play. I think over the last 4 to 5 years, small steps which the organization, has helped us to take. And I think it's this team which has taken those steps every day. And those small steps have actually made the change which we see in Dabur today. So thanks to them, and thanks to the guys who are not here, but back there, they will probably see these photographs. Thank you very much. Thanks to Businessworld.
Just one more line. I think Businessworld is a publication which I've been following from my MBA days. So from there to here, the journey, and this one feels special. Thank you so much.
Same here. And I want to say why supply chain is so important. We talk of a company like Dabur or a company like Asian Paints. Of course, they do great products. They build fantastic brands. But their secret sauce is their supply chain. I mean, look at Asian Paints supply chain. Look at Dabur. It's getting better and better. So really, it's a very important sector for us. And I said, next year you will see us doing much more in this sector than we've ever done in the last 42 years. Okay? And by the way, Sahil, I also read it in my business school, and I still read it. So we've kept pace. Okay. Yes.
Well, heartiest congratulations to all the winners and qualifiers. With the same, I would like to thank Mr. Siran for his time. Thank you very much. And to present the next category of award, to join us on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Dharmendra Tomar, Vice President, Sales, Tata Communication. It's super easy to clap. Doesn't take that much out of your energy. Wonderful. And of course, let's welcome some charm on the stage. Please welcome Ms. Tanvi Ahuja, Group Senior Vice President, Strategic Operations and Marketing, BW Businessworld. Let's give a huge round of applause for the lady. And now on to the next category of award. Technology Supply Chain Excellence Award. Gold category. And the award in the category goes to and the winner, ladies and gentlemen, in the gold category is ITC. Well, welcoming once again on the stage, let's hear it for Mr. Jagdish Kumar, Executive Vice President, Logistics and Supply Chain. Well, Mr. Kumar, this is your second award for the evening. I'm sure you're elated, and we'd love to hear how does it feel to win 2 awards in one single evening?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Business World. It's great there to be winning this technology awards. This all is a result of the organization's commitment there to investment there in supply chain, particularly there, the technology part. We have started this journey there, I think some 8-9 years back. So now I think that it is bearing fruit. So thank you. Thank you, Business World.
Thank you very much and congratulations. Moving on to the next category. The category is Leading Light Award. Ladies and gentlemen, the gold in the category of Leading Light Award goes to And as we are moving towards the end of the award ceremony, I must encourage our audience to offer the loudest round of applause for our winners. Let's give it up for the individual award recipient, Mr. Sangram Samant, founder, Pesca Fresh. Well, Mr. Sawant, I personally believe that an achievement is achievement. But when it comes to a personal individual achievement, you are the teammate, you are the team member, you are the critic as well. How does it feel to be here tonight?
So of course it feels great, but thanks to BW, thanks to the jury members, special thanks to Dr. Batra and Uday for having these awards here, because it just keeps our spirit going. So we started like 15 years back and more, and we are the first direct-to-consumer brand for seafood and meats in India. So we were the first to be venture capital funded. We were the first to fly fresh fish into India. So we were the first to do a lot of other things, built a customized ERP. We were the first organized brand. And supply chain and operations is actually a very thankless job in a consumer-facing company like ours. And this actually award is for the team who, as I get to come here and take an award, they're busy breaking their back, getting the next poultry truck out of the farm, or getting the next fish out of the boat in a remote landing center. So thanks again, everybody. It feels great. It keeps our spirit of entrepreneurship going, and I look forward. And once again, thanks to BW to support us and recognize us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much and congratulations, Mr. Sawant. Congratulations. Well, up next is the category of Best Supply Chain Operations. Again, an individual award. In the gold category, this award goes to And ladies and gentlemen, the award goes to Dr. Sanjay Goyal, Senior Vice President, Supply Chain, Light Bite Foods. And we are fortunate enough to have Dr. Sanjay Goyal here with us tonight. Heartiest congratulations to Dr. Goyal. I must request you to say a few words.
Good evening. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I think the supply chain is the future, as Mr. Batra, Dr. Batra said in the beginning. And it's a real honor, as some of the recipients mentioned that, they have been keen readers of Businessworld, so am I, and keen follower, keen reader, and getting it from Businessworld this evening is really pleasure. And it's happy to see our parent company Dabur getting on the same stage before us. It's a great pride. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. As we are reaching the end of the evening, I must request all the winners to kindly stay back here with us for the group picture towards the end of the ceremony. And thank you, Mr. Dharmendra. Thank you, Tanvi. Thank you for joining in. And now, as we reach the end of the ceremony with the last two awards of the evening, let's welcome Dr. Shibu John, founder, 3D Graphy LLP, on the stage to present the next set of awards. And let's give it up for Mr. Uday Laroya, Vice President, Strategic Projects, BW Businessworld, to present this set of awards. And the category, ladies and gentlemen, is Best Supply Chain Operations Process. The recipient for the silver status in this category is Since these are the last two awards of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, can I encourage everyone? That's what I'm talking about. Loving the energy in the room, and the silver for the best supply chain operations goes to Light White Foods. And once again, we have Dr. Sanjay Goyal, Senior Vice President, Supply Chain, to receive the award. Well, Dr. Goyal, well, I'm sure that having just had one award and to receive another one, this could be a bit of a confusion, but our audience would love to know, how does it feel to win 2 awards in 2 different categories in the same night?
Yeah, it feels awesome, of course. And coming on the stage back to back, and it's a great honor. I have never experienced this before, though we have received awards in the last couple of months, but on the same night, on the same stage, and through Businessworld and Dr. Batra and team. Thank you so much. Thank you, Businessworld. Thank you.
Congratulations. And with the same, we come to the point that we've all been anticipating for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last award of the evening. The category at hand is Best Supply Chain Operations Process. And the gold in this category goes to and the winner for the Best Supply Chain Operations Process Gold is Web Express. Audience, congratulations to team Web Express. Let's give it up for Mr. Apoor Bankat, founder and CEO.
It's really great to get a second award in the same night. And some time ago, I got an award and I dedicated it to my customers. And now my team is out here. I think they are really responsible. And this special category, and I must share it with the audience out here, we are connected. We got the award for digital transformation. This is for supply chain operations. In fact, without the operations combined with the IT, you really cannot have supply chain transformation. This really is a proof of that. And I really thank Businessworld for recognizing our effort in both these categories. Thanks a lot again. Thank you.
I request you to kindly stay back here with us, and must I encourage all our winners to kindly join us on the stage for the group picture, please. Requesting all our winners to kindly join us on the stage for the group picture. Requesting all the winners to kindly join us on the stage for the group picture. I think since this is a group picture for the awards night, can I please request everyone to carry their awards with them, their trophies with them? Well, we're celebrating and commemorating a very special moment, and that would be incomplete without your awards. And up next, along with the winners, can I please request the BW Business World team to kindly join us on the stage? Sounds about right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a celebratory moment. Can we give a huge round of applause for one final time for all our achievers? Requesting the winners to kindly stay back and calling out for Business World, BW Business World team to kindly join us on the stage with the winners for the picture. Thank you, winners. Thank you very much. Requesting the BW Business World team to kindly stay back for a big, happy, big family picture. We're requesting all the winners to now kindly join us in the speakers lounge for their video bites. I request all the winners, all the achievers to kindly join us in the speakers lounge. That is right next to this hall, to kindly join us in the speakers lounge for the video bites. And requesting the BW Business World team to kindly join us on the stage for a big happy family picture. Well, a big shout out to Team BW Business World for putting together this amalgamation and creating something so wonderful out of it. Thank you very much for making all the effort and turning dreams into reality. Dearest Mr. Photographer, the team is waiting with the smiles and the poses. Can we perhaps click a big happy family picture? Dr. Batra, your team is waiting. Can we click a picture? Well, a big shout out to team of BW Business World, calling out everyone to the stage for a big happy family picture.
Ruel or not? No Ruel?
Yes, I do. He's the reason I'm there.
No, it's not favorite.
Well, I can't argue with that, sir.
So you are not charge us money now.
For the next ones, I might.
I signed your check just before I came. I'm sorry. It got provisional.
Thank you very much.
The moment they brought us.
Requesting all our winners to kindly join us in the Speakers Lounge for video bites and offering my heartiest congratulations to the winners. Thank you very much for taking out time from your schedule and gracing the occasion with your presence. I must now request Mr. Leroya to kindly say a few words and thank the audience.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure. Please keep a lookout, as Dr. Batra has said, that we have every intention to become a thought leader, not just making programs. Programs is an outcome, but thought leadership is our agenda and our intention. So keep a lookout over the next 6 months for us to launch the supply chain logistics community. And we would request all of you to play a part in this thought leadership. At the end of the day, pain points, grievances, needs, demands, shortcomings, wants have to be addressed for everybody. I'm sure you have them. That's why we're there for you. Thank you and look forward to seeing you again. We look forward to having more programs like this, some shorter, smaller, more focused and concentrated. We shall keep you posted. Thank you. Thank you so much.